Good morning, and thank you everybody for coming. My name is Gemma Joseph, and I will be opening today's LSN showcase. So thank you all for being here today. So today's showcase is all about the multi-professional work streams that you guys are doing across the region, and we're really, really excited to hear more about them from our guest speakers, our keynote speakers, but also just from the opportunities to network throughout the day. So this is our first LSN showcase of 2004, and it is great to see so many of you in the room. Between the storms, the train strikes, the holidays, I thought I might be presenting to an empty room. So this is phenomenal. So thank you so much. Over the last few months, I have been in the post as the multi-professional lead, and I've had the pleasure of undertaking site visits at so many of the sites across the region. It has been really clear how important multi-professional work streams are to everybody. We've been inspiring the breadth of activity that is happening. So, with that in mind, on my very first visit to Epsom St Helier, we had a discussion about how great it would be if there could be a showcase to showcase the multi-professional work streams. And 6 months later, that discussion has turned to reality. So thank you for the inspiration. Yeah, I can see the points. Thank you for the inspiration. And thank you to everybody who's agreed to be part of this day to make this a reality. So the purpose of today, and I have to look at my phone for this bit, so I do apologise. The purpose of today is to really share what is happening within the region. Okay, so we know from the literature that multi-professional teams generate a shared identity that encourages team members to trust one another, provide constructive criticism and alternate perspectives, and that is what today's agenda is all about. It's bringing together the different perspectives of what we're doing within the region. We're trusting one another, be curious about each other's work, engage in those conversations, and so we can really, really hear what different activity is. This showcase has been shaped by the feedback from the members of the LSN and feedback from previous showcases. So in the true multi-professional ethos, please have the aim of working collaboratively today and maybe going forth to work on future projects with one another and speak to people that you haven't spoken to before, from different professions and from different organisations. We should be thinking about the strengthening and sustaining of our workforce and our simulation activity. And really, the most important thing today, I hope that everybody can get out of it, is enjoying this process, coming together in such a large group. This is a full day event, which is very exciting, and enjoy what everybody has. So, you have packs in front of you. Your packs should give you QR codes for engaging with the activity throughout the day. It should show you where toilets are, it should show you the agenda, so you know when you're getting teas and coffees and refreshments. That's very important. And to give you the opportunity to know who's presenting, so you can continue networking and continue with the engagement outside of today's event. For those of you that are joining virtually, you're not forgotten. Everything that is in the packs that the face-to-face attendees have, you will have shared with you throughout the day. So please, please, please take this opportunity to engage with one another over Teams, use the chat box. We will have somebody manning the chat box continuously. You're as much welcome today as anybody in the room. So now that I've done that bit, without further ado, I would like to welcome our gracious hosts from UCLH, Dan, to talk through the housekeeping, and we'll get straight on with today's event. Thank you very much for being here today, and we look forward to the event.
Thank you, Gemma. Firstly, again, on behalf of UCL, on behalf of the Simulation Centre here, a warm welcome. It's so fantastic to have so many passionate simulationists and educators here in our room. Orientation. I'm in a room full of simulationists, of course, for your psychological safety. Toilets are just out there by the reception desk. There are also alternate toilets. If you go one flight up, there's more toilets there. Fire safety, we're not expecting a fire drill today. So if one goes off, it is not a simulation, it is real. And in which case, fire escapes, you can follow the green signs out that way, down the staircase and out through the spinny door, which you came in. At the end of the day, there's also a fire escape to the rear as well, or if you're like a flight attendant. And there is a further one out there. There are a few fire marshals here today, so in the event of a fire, fire marshals will identify themselves and they'll also be able to marshal you away. Water is available outside. There will be refreshments, tea and coffee generously provided by the simulation network. And that's about it. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to introduce my colleagues from the AHP simulation program for our first keynote. So could I please welcome to the stage the brilliant Megan, Lou and Elsa, and we'll go ahead with our first keynote. Let me just share screen. Yeah, please, and a round of applause for my colleagues. So, yes, let me tell you about this brilliant project that we ran here at UCL. This program was called the Cross-Network Critical Care AHP Simulation Program. And first of all, please do give your kindness to us. The glue, the lead for this project, a brilliant physiotherapist by the name of Alison. She could not be here today, and she was planning to lead through a great deal of this talk. However, we've stepped into the breach, and we hope that for Alison's sake, we can do the project justice. This is a recap, essentially, of where we are so far, because it's an ongoing project, and we'd love to share it with you. So, first of all, so what was the project? So essentially, funding was secured from NHS England for the upskilling of intensive care staff. Upskilling, I'm not going to wade too much into the reads on this, but it's a loaded word. It has some connotations to it. Nonetheless, we managed to get the funding. And a pilot project was designed to deliver an interprofessional simulation course for AHPs working in a critical care environment. And this is across different professional strands. Obviously, AHP as a term encapsulates well over 100 professional groups at this point. We managed to build a course around 4 of those, namely speech and language therapists, dietitians, physiotherapists, and occupational therapists. We initially secured funding for 2 sim days and to provide spaces to provide faculty development to professionals from those groups to help design and deliver these courses. In setting up the faculty, the very first things we did is expressions of interest were polled out across the NCL network. We reached out through formalized networks, informalized networks, WhatsApp chats, people who know people, and we managed to find a rich breadth of experience and educational needs from across those different professional groups. The experience amongst those AHPs, whilst we found lots of brilliant and very impassioned educators, as I'm sure a lot of people in this room can appreciate, the accessibility of simulation as a modality and the awareness of its applications for these groups was limited. So once we found these brilliant educators, we then had to provide faculty development opportunities for them. And I'm going to hand over to Megan, who's going to speak more about how we found these people.
So we've got some beautiful faces up here. This is our faculty that we all work together. We're all from different places within the NCL. And we did a brilliant job conning them all to come and help us. And if we look at what made us all sign up to this, oh, how do I do it? Thank you. What made us all sign up? So what made me sign up? So We all didn't really have a huge amount of experience with simulation. I myself had none as an occupational therapist. Some of our physiotherapy colleagues had a little bit when they have their on-call training. So they had a little bit of understanding of what happened behind the scenes, but a lot of us didn't know anything about what was going on. So what made us sign up to something that we didn't really know anything about? It was a really great opportunity to introduce someone to ICU environment, which we as seniors tend to forget how scary that can be. And this was a great opportunity to, in a psychologically safe environment, introduce these people to this kind of role, this new role to them. And I myself, as a OT, relatively new. I was a year into being an OT on ICU when we started this project. There wasn't a lot of training opportunities or experience opportunities like this where you could get that involvement on ICU. Like, what do I do on ICU? What do I do when a patient deteriorates? Those kinds of things. So it was really great to have that opportunity. And we were all very excited, very passionate in teaching and what was going to happen next with this group. And having the opportunity to work within the NCL network is something I've never seen before myself. And it was a great opportunity to bring loads of different people from lots of different trusts together to work together on a project, which we can then take back. And then we move on to, okay, we've said yes. How do we do this now? So as Dan said, we had the opportunity to go to the train-the-trainer course here at UCLH. And it was really, really valuable. I never realized how much goes into sim. You know, you think when you do your CPR training, you go in, you do it, and you leave. There's actually a huge amount of work that goes in beforehand, from just putting the pen to paper to writing the simulation, to what goes on behind the scenes with all the monitoring. And then the debriefing. The debriefing was huge. It was a massive part that I, before this train-the-trainer training, didn't think really about much at all. But being able to learn all the models that we use and how to actually debrief not only helped us in developing this sim, but I think it actually helped me going into other areas of the profession and teaching and debriefing that kind of teaching as well. So I'm going to hand this back to Dan, and he's going to talk about how we set the scene.
So, thinking about this, some of you, how many people are involved typically in scenario design for simulations? Quite a few in the room. Now, for those of you that are involved in scenario design, your brains are probably ticking over a little bit, hopefully, right now, and you're thinking, well, hang on a second. How can we do this? And one of the things that may have crossed your mind, definitely something that crossed our mind at first, was maybe we'll do like a morning for OTs. We'll do like a morning, like we'll do the OT stuff, we'll keep them in their group, and then we'll do like the dietetics in the afternoon or something. But in the spirit of this program, this is about interprofessional learning. This is about bringing together these different professions to not only enhance their confidence and their knowledge in operating in the critical care environment, but also about interprofessional appreciation, about understanding the roles and the functions, the mindset, the perspectives of these different professions. So let's make it complicated. Let's do the hard work. So that's what we decided to do. We decided to bring them all together and do it all in one big day. So in building the scenarios, we gave faculty development training to these different professions, and then we had them in Solus write their different scenarios and start to build things up. And myself as a simulationist, I started to grow an appreciation for what the learning objectives might be within those different professional groups, and what their anxieties and their stressors might be in these critical care environments. Throughout this, we built up, and we'll be speaking more about how we drilled and rehearsed and reiterated and sharpened those scenarios. But there was still one last challenge, one significant challenge, because it's all well and good running a dietetic scenario and presenting something that's going to provide some shared experience for the dietitians in the room, and one for the OTs, physios, SLTs. But when the dietitians and the OTs and the SLTs are watching the physio scenario, aren't they just going to switch off a bit? Are they really going to get anything out of that dietetic scenario. So we needed a singular thread. We needed a way to unite and to give some investment for those different professional groups. We introduced Norman. We made it a singular patient journey through critical care. So I'm gonna mess this up. I'm gonna try and recall all of the different scenarios as we go, and you can help out because you all designed them. So Norman starts off. He was admitted to AMU, and he's got community-acquired pneumonia. He deteriorates on ward. He's admitted to ITU, and on his first day in ITU, he has his dietetic scenario. And his dietetic scenario is something along the lines of, it's a bit of a back and forth about whether he should go on to TPN, or if we should, since the gut is working, we should keep it working, which is really, really important from a dietetic skew. And there's kind of a back and forth, and there's some MBT discussions and some discussions with Norman as well about having an NG versus having a central line inserted, and there's back and forth there. And then it follows his journey. So what we do is we are quite liberal with it. We don't try and condense it over a whole day. We condense it over a couple of weeks. So the second scenario is then OT. Yeah. And the OT scenario is, Megan?
The OT scenario is he's on ICU, and we want to try and get him out of bed so he can start doing some things in the chair. And there's I don't want to say scared, but a cautious nurse in the room doesn't want that to happen. And he's a bit delirious, so we have to do a bit of a delirium screen as well. And then as we start to get him to the edge of the bed, everything goes south, as things tend to do on ICU. And what do we do from there? Who do we call? It's not Ghostbusters. And who do we escalate this to? And then we talk about that through the debrief about what you would do and how that would affect everyone, really.
Yeah.
And I think the next one is you guys. Yeah. You can do it jointly if you like.
So by the time we meet Norman, unfortunately, he has deteriorated to the point where he's been intubated.
OT broken.
Yeah, OT broken. So he's now intubated, and the community-acquired pneumonia has taken over. So we had quite not intense necessarily. As a physio, you don't necessarily see it as intense because that's our day-to-day. But I think some of the reflections that we had that I'll come on to a bit later, where that was maybe a little bit intense for some of the observers. So we do what is quite reflective of some of our on-call training with the chest treatment and managing a slightly deteriorating situation on an intubated patient.
Then it's SLT, and unfortunately, and we had to give our learners a happy ending. Norman gets a lot better. He recovers. He's extubated. He's back in a chair, and he
has a spicy relative.
He's got some swallow guidance, and there's a relative in, and there's a complex situation there where it kind of has to be reiterated and explained to the relative with Norman present why swallow guidance should be followed, and why there's a high risk of aspiration, considering the significant episode of care that he's been through. And we found that this was effective because all of our observers, because they were invested, because those observers had at some point been involved in Norman's treatment, a lot like in real life, when we want that closure, when we seek that closure with a patient, it's quite a relatable feeling, I think. You want to find out, hang on, how's Norman getting on? I know he's off our list now. But is he all right? How's he doing now? Is he doing okay? Is he recovering okay? And we found that investment was a reliable kind of shared thread for all of these professional groups to follow through this day. And as Elsa has already reflected as well, and we will come back to once more, through all of this and through this investment and through this shared observation of a single patient's episode of care, it allowed all of these professional groups to see the impacts that they could have on each other as well, and how their different interventions would impact subsequent care that was provided to a patient.
kill you.
So as with many of these scenarios, we try and we try and we try again, and diligent work was put in, and much grace and thanks to the faculty for the effort that they put in. We ran a dress rehearsal, we ran a second dress rehearsal, and we kept refining to get it right and to get it into a place that we thought was going to be deliverable. During the simulations, I think it's on the previous slide as well, if you were curious, we alternated for the scenarios between both an actor, who was our very gracious simulation technician, who unfortunately is not in the room, but I'll give him thanks again when he comes back. And also we would alternate a mannequin for the intubated scenario, because for some reason he wouldn't consent. So this was also an opportunity, as Megan's already alluded to as well. This is an opportunity, just a great networking opportunity and a great chance for people from across these different trusts, from across the NCL network, to just meet and just to talk about their shared experiences, about the different concerns that they had, and their newfound appreciation and application of simulation, having attended the trainer, not necessarily all together. I'm going to hand over to Elsa.
So, as we've said, we've already got our faculty together, we've got our practice run, and now we need some delegates to actually take on the sim situations. So we are fortunate, as we've mentioned numerous times, we do have the NCL AHP Critical Care Network. And this is a group of interprofessional AHPs who meet regularly, well, I think it's quarterly, online. That model has had various different, I guess, versions of it, but we're currently running quite an educational focus to that network at the moment. So Sim fitted fantastically well into that. And that was our easiest place to kind of get delegates from. So we advertised through the NCL network meetings, we sent out posters, and we used good old-fashioned word of mouth. And we were pretty confident that we could get a good number of delegates through that. So we, as we've said, wanted to recruit physiotherapists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists, and dietitians. And what we found really valuable about working across the NCL network was we got a variety of different educational needs, different learning objectives. We were able to explore lots of different versions of anticipated sim, because as we've said, not everybody has access to it. So what was really useful, we found anyway, when it came to delegate recruitment, was trying to get an idea what they wanted from it. We'd obviously set up this fantastic, as we thought, sort of sim, but we didn't necessarily know what everyone's learning objectives were going to be. So that was really valuable, but that meant that we had a huge variety of experience across the delegates that attended. And I think something that we had factored in, but really became relevant to us whilst we were going throughout the day, was the variety of experience that people had and how we needed to make these scenarios flexible to mould with people's experience. So that was a big reflection for us, because we had certain people who, as we've already said, from a physio perspective, I can say that I've done a fair bit of sim, you teach on sim, so we have, from an on-call perspective, done a lot of that, whereas in other trusts, people may not have done any simulation at all. So that was really valuable, because we got a lot of feedback from across the network about what people's anticipated expectations were and what learning objectives they would have from it. So we managed to recruit, it was a total of 24 for the first 2 sim days. So our original funding gave us 2 simulation days, and we recruited from across the whole network. So as you can see, we had representation from the Royal National Orthopaedic, Whittington Health, North Mid, UCLH. I'll just point out I'm Queen Square as well as UCLH. It's not up there. It's part of UCLH, but we work quite differently, I think, is maybe the point that I'm trying to make, especially when it comes to our access to Sim Centre, etc., and Royal Free as well. So we managed to get faculty and delegates from all of these organisations, or if we couldn't actually recruit delegates to attend the sim day, they definitely gave us feedback as to what sort of expectations there would be from a learning objective. So a few results just to talk about. So we ran the day. We learned a lot from the first day, and I'd like to say that the second day that we ran was much slicker. But we collected data from, well, it was qualitative data. We couldn't really make any quantitative sort of objective markers, but we took qualitative data from all the delegates. Unfortunately, only 22 of the 24 actually filled out the questionnaire, so the maths doesn't quite add up. But as you can see, we've got a really nice spread across from the 4 professions that we were trying to target. So we had good attendance from SLT, PT, OTs, and sort of dietetics as well. I think it was 2 physios. We did have a slightly heavier physio presence, but again, I think some of that relates to previous exposure to sim and therefore people's sort of expectations and their ability to uptake the opportunity, really. So, thank you. So, like I say, we took some qualitative data, a little bit tricky maybe to see for some of you at the back, but basically our biggest learning objective, as Dan sort of had up earlier on, was about people's confidence. We recognise that the ITU environment is a scary place, especially when you're new to it. So this was initially an introduction to critical care. So we were very much targeting people who were quite early in their journey, working in the critical care environment. And as we've said, using that psychological safety, giving them an opportunity to experience what might happen in those environments, but in a much safer environment, and where they can really learn from it without it necessarily becoming horrendously horrible situation that puts them off. We want them to stay within that. We want to develop that workforce. And again, I think this is something that really the themes from sort of COVID and people being pulled during the pandemic, you know, we all know there was a lot of people who got pulled into working in a critical care environment or with much higher acuity patients than they were used to. So we kind of saw that a little bit in some of the feedback initially, as well as a bit of a theme as to why people either accepted their post or maybe why some of the preconceived ideas as to why ITU environment was quite daunting was because a lot of people's exposure was through a pandemic, which as someone who's worked in critical care for a long time was a completely different kettle of fish anyway. So it was a shame that that was sort of influencing some people's understanding of what ITU was. So we wanted to sort that out and kind of realign people's understanding of the ITU environment. So we used confidence as a bit of an indicator. I'll read them out just in case you can't see them. So it was about confidence practicing in the critical care environment, confidence recognising a deteriorating patient, confidence managing an acutely deteriorating patient, thank you, confidence in handing over information to your colleagues, and confidence in escalating. So key themes that we think are normal within the critical care environment. So we asked them to rate this confidence level as to whether they disagreed or strongly agreed that they had confidence in that area. So on the left of the screen, you can see the pre. We had quite a large number of people who felt that they could recognise the deterioration, but maybe felt less confident in being able to physically manage that themselves or being able to escalate. And I think, again, we noticed, Megan's going to come on to some of the feedback from the delegates themselves, but as a faculty, we kind of reflected that I think a lot of people find the pressure of that environment means you just don't, as much as you can probably all say, there's a lot of people around you in critical care. You're very seldom solo working in that environment, but escalating concerns, knowing whether, being confident in whether your ability to recognise it. People sort of, before the session, felt quite dubious about that. And as you can see, the sort of, like I say, managing the acutely deteriorating patient, the physical ability to manage that patient was highlighted quite early on as an area people felt underconfident in. So we completed the sim day. Norman had a very successful ITU through to ward discharge stay. And we got some really lovely buy-in from our delegates, actually. It was really nice to see how well they all kind of gave everything to the day, really. And then we asked them for feedback again at the end as well. And if you look, we can see there's a really nice shift to the left of your screen, but up towards the confidence levels being much improved. We obviously still had some people who were underconfident, but just in general, from a total number of the delegates, we can see a nice shift towards a very positive, confident attitude. The one area that we as a faculty really reflected on, again, is coming back to this confidence in managing the patient. We actually had either an individual whose confidence level didn't change, or somebody whose confidence level previously had been higher, and then they learned through the day that they actually felt less confident. And we did a little bit of reflecting on that as a faculty, and I think we felt that possibly came down to what we alluded to earlier is if you're observing a scenario, I'm going to use an example as an occupational therapist. If you've observed a scenario where a patient deteriorates and you don't know what to do, if you're then observing that scenario happening on a screen, you're in a room where you can't do anything to help. There was quite a lot of fear, I think, in the room on one situation where the room observing were like, oh my gosh, what are they going through? What's happening in there? How are they dealing with that situation? And we felt as a faculty, actually, we really felt that the fear within the room and just how invested everybody was in their peers performing well to help, everyone was so involved. But I do think there was an impact psychologically on a couple of people around how comfortable that they made them feel. We hope through debrief that we definitely helped to improve their understanding and also their confidence and how safe they felt in that environment, reinforcing that it was simulation, it wasn't real life, it's a replica, but the deterioration didn't actually happen with any consequence. But also that the next scenario after that, we thought about escalation. So we didn't necessarily rejig the order of the scenarios, but we definitely then wanted to bring a theme through later as the faculty to give people the opportunity to understand when you escalate, why if you've met your threshold earlier about your ability to feel comfortable in managing that situation, that's when you escalate. Because the people in the room who you were observing were able to do more either from a clinical perspective or handle the situation without having to ask for help earlier. We use that in the debrief to really sort of encourage people that just because your threshold might seem different doesn't mean either of you are wrong, but ask for help when you really need it. So that was one of the biggest things we felt as a group of faculty that really came out of our results. But Megan's going to have a little chat to you about what the delegates told us.
Yeah. So building on from this is the end survey. We asked a few questions to our delegates, and first one being, were the scenarios useful? Which we actually got some really good feedback. Generally, yes, they were very useful to the different delegates that came. There were a few key points that they brought up. We've got a few of our responses up here on the screen now. With it being very useful to see these scenarios through other professionals' eyes. For example, OT seeing how what a dietitian does on ICU, or what a speech and language therapist will do on ICU. Because we wouldn't necessarily work side by side with every one of these professionals. So we might talk about the patient with these professionals, but we wouldn't necessarily see like what they actually do when they're on ICU. So it was generally quite positive about having that experience to see what the different professionals do and how they're involved in the patient experience. And one key thing was that the role of the scope of the practice, the personality, and a big thing was the previous experience of the person that was in the room. So as Elsa said, we had different levels of experience of people some had only worked on ICU for a month, some only went to ICU once a month, or things like that. And then you would have people that are on ICU every single day and it's their bread and butter. So seeing the other professionals, seeing the differences between what they would do, comparing them to someone that isn't on there all the time, they have said was valuable. And back again to in Sim, something that's really important, they're mentioning the debrief being really useful to share experiences. And as Elsa had mentioned with the simulation that got a bit heightened, able to pull that back in the debrief and talk about that and how that would impact each different person in the room. So we move on to the next question that we asked. So what have you taken away from today? Really important to ask, really good for us, for our own learning. So big thing, it's only up there once, but a big thing that we got back a lot verbally was the ability to network across the NCL and having the full involvement of all the different hospitals that we mentioned earlier. It is really something that's quite rare, especially if you're not at a higher level. At a higher level, we tend to go to meetings and things, but the staff members that are coming to this are band 5s and band 6s, and they don't generally get the opportunity to have that NCL networking opportunity. So, and learning as a group, a lot of the delegates said that was really, really useful to have that. And also how to deal with that stressful situation on ICU, and using the MDT as your support. Like, you're not on ICU alone. There's always generally a nurse in the room, but debriefing after an event on ICU, you can debrief with anyone, because everyone on ICU is stressed, because it is generally a stressful environment, and it can be quite scary. And understanding that everyone has a level of anxiety on ICU, as is the nature of the unit. These people are very, very unwell. So everyone has a certain level of anxiety, and understanding that you're working with your colleagues, be patient, be kind, and we're all working towards a common goal. Even though it might be different on our priority level, we're all working together on a common goal. We all want the patient to get better. We all want the patient to leave. So that was some great feedback. We also got some good things about exposure to different roles, helping the participants understand and conceptualize the different roles in a practical way, because it's really easy as an OT for me to read what a physio does on ICU, but actually seeing it is a completely different kettle of fish, and understanding what all the things that they're going through. And that was something that our delegates have said as well. Now, this is a big question for us, and we've got some really clear themes in how could the course be improved over the first 2 days that we've done it. So generally, everyone had said roughly around the same thing. So everyone having the opportunity to do a simulation. Initially, we had 12 participants in each day, and we had 4 simulations, which meant there were 4 people on the day that didn't actually get to do a simulation. So because we were sending people in pairs, in profession-specific pairs. So there were 4 people that on both days, so 8, who didn't get an opportunity to actually go into the sim suite and participate in a simulation. And further exposure to what the other professions were doing. So maybe understanding why they were doing what they were doing, or what the scenario was before they went in. And the other really big thing that we have really reflected on, and Lou will go into a little bit later, having simulations that are multi-professional. So on the day, we had, as Dan had mentioned, we had a dietetics, OT, physio, and SLT, and we were sending pairs of each of those professions. There wasn't really a crossover. So there was a lot of discussion about, shall we get OT, PT scenarios, SLT dietetics, SLT physio. So that was something that was really quite clear in a lot of our feedback, that would be something that everyone there would like, because it would give you a bit more of a understanding of what's going on if you're in the room at the same time, able to discuss it in that moment. And this leads on to what Lou's about to talk about.
Thank you. So as a faculty, we've obviously learned huge amounts through both the courses we've covered. We've really, really thoroughly enjoyed designing, developing and running it as like a cross NCL network and interprofessional sim, and it's allowed us to kind of really build strong relationships together. And I think then that learning is shared just outside of the sim environment as well. And it's kind of really highlighted to us the importance of furthering AHP education. So obviously teamwork and collaboration is key to developing the course. Obviously finding the time to get together across the network is difficult amongst our caseloads, but I think we were all like really driven to make the course work as best as possible. So we worked really well together. We found the time. We met in person, we met on Teams, and worked really well to kind of develop the best sim scenarios and learning that we could for all of the delegates that were coming. As has been touched on, we all know that sim is a high pressured and stressful environment for those that are attending and having to be involved in it, and for the faculty as well. We obviously had to be aware of kind of the emotional impact of the acuity, especially in kind of critical care scenarios. And so as a faculty, we just ensured that we kind of maintained psychological safety throughout, and kind of just allowed the delegates to be able to be themselves, say what they wanted, speak freely throughout both the scenarios and the debriefing. I think, again, we touched on from our feedback, I don't think any of us were aware of the importance of kind of debriefing as well, and that's where the train the trainer course was really, really useful. So I personally have helped on some of our on-call physio training courses before involving sim, but hadn't actually been on the train the trainer course, and Dan kept saying you must go on it, you must go on it. And actually the difference in how we run it now, that the kind of faculty for that, that's how we run it previously, has changed massively, and this has really helped with that, and those skills have transferred into kind of the clinical setting as well. And then obviously the impact of having AHP roles acknowledged and recognised within the sim-based environment. So there's obviously been really refreshing for us, and it's given the drive to kind of take this course forward as much as possible. So where do we go from here? As you can probably tell, we all thought it was a huge success. However, obviously making the course sustainable is difficult in terms of funding. So we need ongoing funding to provide staff and resources to run the course again. So Alison presented at the NCL network as an event last year. And actually we successfully secured funding to run 2 further courses this year, which is really exciting. So we've taken on board a lot of the feedback that we had from the delegates, and we're running a course in April and May. And our one in April, we are doing as the kind of intro to critical care course again. But this time we've changed around a little bit. So we're still having the Norman theme, but we've also designed some scenarios where we can mix the professions. So we might have an SLT physio scenario, an OT dietitian one, etc., etc. So to kind of mix that in. And then we've also designed a whole new course for our one that we're running in May, which is for more experienced clinicians working in the critical care environment. So we might be able to just hone in a little bit more on certain skills. And so that's really exciting. And it just means that we can allow new faculty members just to kind of get that breadth of experience across the kind of AHP critical care network. So our plan for this year, as I said, we're welcoming a whole load of new members to the faculty. Based on the feedback, we have reduced the size of our delegate list. So we're actually running it for 10 people per scenario so that everyone can get a chance to be involved in each scenario, which I think quite a lot of people fed back as being really important. So although obviously it will then be available to less people, I think people will feel more immersed in it. We're also introducing a kind of multidisciplinary meeting scenario to include all of the professionals kind of in one environment, and that will probably be in our advanced sim. And as I said, we've changed some of the scenarios around to make it more kind of interprofessional between us, as well as just the kind of single physio, OT, dietitian, SLT scenarios as well. And as I've already touched on, we've designed our new course, which we're running in May for the advanced skills. So just to summarise everything, so running this new and innovative sim has been hugely beneficial for building links and collaborating across the NCL network. It's been so nice to work with people from different hospitals, which I really don't think we get enough of an opportunity to be able to do. And the course has been a huge success, and it's really highlighted the need for further investment into AHP education. And obviously, if we're going to run this course further in the future, it's something that we need to have to be able to sustain it, and then also something that can be rolled out wider than just our NCL network as well. And I think sim-based learning is something that has been lacking kind of within the AHP sector. And this course has shown the importance of equitable access for education for AHPs, and also interprofessional role recognition as well, both within the sim environment, but also kind of for us within the critical care environment. So yeah, it's been amazing, and it's been such a joy to work with everyone and gain like so much from it, both for us and I think hopefully for our delegates that have attended it as well. So thank you very much. And if anyone's got any questions, feel free to.
So yeah, we would welcome any questions that anyone has on the project.
What do you want to do? Is it
Fly one?
No, just check. Oh, okay, I don't know if it's on. I lost where the question is. Do a test as I've gone through.
And then I think Chris is going to keep an eye on the chat as well, and we'll run over to Chris for anyone from online that would also like to share a question.
Thank you so much for that. That was really interesting. A couple of questions. The first one was for your practice run, who did you choose for your delegates? How did you choose them? And the second one, I'm quite curious as to the psychological safety of this, because you've talked about if I'm correct, from what I understand, varying scopes of practice within the delegates. Do you think that affected psychological safety? And knowing in advance that candidates wouldn't be able to be involved, do you think maybe that could have affected psychological safety? And if so, in your debrief, how did you rescue that? A bit of a devil's advocate question, but just a couple of things.
That's fair. So I can speak to the first question, and then I'm going to hand over for the second one, and we'll talk about again the experience of psychological safety. So with the first one, we did something which I found very effective, and I've done it as part of my role here as the clinical simulation facilitator. I've worked with lots of different stakeholders, people who are approaching me and say, run a sim course. So I found very effective, and what we did this time as well was we did some blind runs as well. So what we do is before people went into we'd have the physio designers effectively, and then we'd also have co-opted faculty who had been slightly removed from that, a step or two removed from that. So perhaps they were there at the inception, okay, we're going to do it around an intubated patient, and maybe something happens, and then they kind of recuse themselves a little bit, and then they would go in, and before as they'd go in, we'd say, no, don't look at the scenario template, just go in there, trust the process. It's something that's important with that, because even within the faculty groups as well, there is still psychological safety still needs to be nurtured there as well, because you're still then in effect, the stakes are still quite high. You're with your fellow peers, and you're operating at quite a senior level. So we ensured with the faculty days as well. We did some layering and some facilitation to build up some effective psychological safety in there about, don't worry if this messes up. Remember, we're not trying to impart any learning today. The thing we're trying to learn is how to run really effective, safe simulations, not how to look after an intubated patient who deteriorates, etc. So don't worry if you flop it up. I'll hand over to my colleagues if you want to speak on psychological safety.
I'm just going to say, can you just ask that second question again? I think I've got it, but I just want to make sure.
So you talked about the upholding psychological safety, which I know is important for Sim completely. So two things I noted. You talked about, if I'm correct, varying scope of practice. I presume you seniority levels for that within the group. I wondered if that would affect the psychological safety of the group as a whole, because, for example, so I'm a doctor by background. If I have to work with a consultant, my consultants are fine to do, but if I have to work with Sim, I get a bit nervous, And secondly, in terms of, did you know in advance about candidates or delegates who wouldn't be able to participate? Because if so, was there any apprehensive thinking about how the experience, how it might be for them just watching, and whether there was psychological safety disturbance there?
So to the first question, I've completely forgotten it again.
I have something.
Well, I was just because I thought about the answer to the last one.
So just the first point, one thing that we did do was make sure that the scenarios were quite flexible. So we had caveats within them. So if they complete this action, then we'll escalate to this situation. Or if they don't do that, we also use the embedded practitioner quite heavily to help, not necessarily prompt, but just to make sure they felt very safe in the scenario if they were potentially floundering or really struggling from that side. So we definitely use the embedded practitioners to support them within the scenario themselves. But we definitely have some flexibility. So in one of the scenarios, again, I was heavily involved in the physio one, so I can speak quite easily about that one. We sort of had, they might try this, they might try that, they might try that. None of them are incorrect, but we need to be correct in kind of what happens from a deterioration perspective. But how quickly does that happen? If someone's showing more confidence, we might expedite how quickly that deterioration happens, or if not, we might sort of, it's a very subtle saturation drop rather than a sort of catastrophic saturation drop. But we did definitely use the embedded practitioners as well to help with that for the people who were in the sim itself.
Yeah, I remember now. So for the different grades question, because we had sort of advertised it as an intro to ICU, we did have band 5 physios and a band 7 OT in the first one, but the band 7 OT was a neuro specialist OT, and she only ever came to ICU like once a month, if that. So it was still quite level across, even though there was all different banding, because it was put out as an intro. rather than anyone can come kind of thing. Everyone's still quite equal in their knowledge of ICU, rather than sort of the band 7 knowing exactly what's going on completely. In fact, I probably think in that first one, the band 5, because they were physio, knew a bit more than most of the more senior people, which was really interesting. And it was great for those professionals to see that someone that is more junior than you can still help you, can still give you all that information. It doesn't, just because you're a whatever band, doesn't really matter. And what was the last question?
It's on the observers and psychological safety. Just one thing on that. So scope experience didn't impact that. They self-selected who was going to go into the sim. We didn't do names out of a hat or anything like that. Magic wheel. We put a flip chart up and we said we are running these scenarios. Put your name on if you'd like to. And self-selection, I think, is a reliable method of that. Yes, they were aware of that. Yeah, and then it was self-selected. So they were told in the email, and then in the pre-course contacts, and then they were told right from the off that not everyone's going to have the opportunity. But as I'm sure we all appreciate, the real learning doesn't happen in the sim school.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, sure.
And there were definitely some people that came that were so unbelievably nervous to actually go into the sim that I think giving them the opportunity to watch a day and then go, actually, I would have really liked to have gone in, gives them a bit more psychological safety the next time they go into sim to be like, oh yeah, I can do this. It's all good. Yeah.
It almost helps to encourage return, and it's not just a one-off thing that you do to sort of build people's confidence in sim as a training modality. I think having that balance of there being, I can put myself forward. And we had some people who were like, I've never done this before, I want to give it a go. And we have some people who go, that looks horrendous, I'm going to happily watch. So it kind of fitted the flexibility of the people who had attended as well.
I think also there had been a few people that had maybe done sim in a maybe different kind of like environment, and those people often, like, they said to the people that hadn't done sim, like, this is a really good opportunity for you to have a go at it. So some of the people that didn't do it had previously done sim, and they were really encouraging to those that hadn't to be like, just give it a go, you know, you'll really get loads out of it. So I think actually it worked really well, and the people that didn't get to do it were more just like, oh, I just watched it and really wanted to do it. So that was also really encouraging for us as well. So they didn't find it too horrendous.
Were there any other questions to the floor or questions to the chat?
Just looking at the chat box now, and there is lots of inspiration and many thanks, but no questions coming. More from the floor. What I'll do, I'll go to the back of the room and then come to you next, Nicola. Okay.
Self-selection things really good. Maybe we should up the participants. Yeah. Really sold it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Verona from Middlesex University. Thank you very much for that. It was very informative and interesting. What I want to find out from you is, you talked about going forward and utilising mixed professionals for your scenarios. How are you going to bring them in? Are you going to bring them in together, or are they going to be timed together? Does one group start first?
So the design ethos around these is it's got to be authentic and it's got to be organic. I think we could really ham it, and we could say, and dietitian, you're wandering down the corridor and you hear someone screaming. We could do it that way, but that feels inauthentic, and that would be poor for immersion. And would likely contribute to defensive reasoning in debrief. That wouldn't really happen in real life. So it will be authentic, and we're still putting a lot of thought into it. The one that we've really nailed down so far, which is absolutely authentic, is the MBT meeting scenario. It's the one time when you're going to have all of those professionals genuinely all in that room together and with that shared common purpose. It's not going to involve any, kind of conditionals around it. That's what we're thinking, and there's certain professional groups that definitely have although we're trying to emphasise the symbiosis between all of these professional groups, there are definitely those that probably we can lean more readily into their professional symbiosis already. Dietitian, SLT, physio, OT. But at the same time, we don't like doing things the easy way here. So we may find a way to try and bring other members of the Avengers together in some sort of mad crossover.
Thank you very much, Dan. I'm going to come across to Nicola.
Hi, I'm Nikki Dover from CMWL, and thank you for the great presentation. I'm just wondering if you and how are you in measuring the impact of this on clinical practice?
I don't really know how to answer this question. This is I feel like this is an Alison question, and she's not here. We haven't really done it. We haven't really done that. It could be. It's definitely something we can look into. And
Open to ideas.
we're open to ideas. Actually, thinking on the spot as you've asked me this question is we have all of these people's contact information, so we can always send them another questionnaire, cheeky little questionnaire.
Me and Alison, who's the brilliant course lead for all of this, we talked on this. Now there are two main issues. One is the breadth of coverage. Just reaching out to all of these different trusts. You know, they do kind of, everyone goes off into the wind after the courses. And the other thing is essentially design. How do you measure the impact of confidence imparted? There are some brilliant minds in this room, so if you have suggestions on a postcard, please. Yeah, how do you measure the confidence and that impact on their practice in that environment? And we've kind of reflected on it, and it's something that we're kind of ruminating on, but we haven't arrived on a means yet.
That's something to add.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a true objective marker, but one of the attendees was now one of my junior physios that I work with, and she was previously not on the on-call roster and is now confident on the on-call roster. Sim was an aspect of her training and development, but I mean, that's probably the most binary way that I can say it's had a positive impact on someone's clinical practice, is that it definitely facilitated part of her on-call preparation and confidence, especially around that, because she was heavily someone that had a very negative experience during the pandemic. So it just reframed her understanding of the critical care environment and the expectations within that. So that's kind of a binary yes, no, but other aspects, I'm not 100% sure.
I've had a similar from participants from my hospital, that they've come back and been more aware and more confident in general, as sort of a not data response to that question. Anecdotal, that's the word, anecdotal.
Thank you. Chris, any suggestions in the chat? There's one here. Thank you.
I can just shout. I'm Ellie. I'm an education workforce officer at NHS England for allied health professionals. This is incredible and brilliant, and we need to spread the word. And evaluation is key. So I am really happy to come and work with you about some of that evaluation, especially looking at metrics around patient safety. And also, we know lack of confidence potentially causes under treatment of patients in this area. So actually, are we co-opting in patients that wouldn't have been otherwise? Really happy to work with you on that. And then, so my question is, when that is done, are you happy to publish it? Because our biggest problem in the AHP is we get amazing case studies and amazing work done in silos, but if it isn't put into something that can then be shown to make a difference to the patient, it's really hard to get it co-opted into other hospitals and environments. So would you be willing to publish it?
Yes.
I think Alison's jumping up and down.
Yeah. Abstracts are already submitted to a couple of different conferences for poster presentations, and then we as a group are working on formalising it into a full paper.
Do you have a card, or can I give you? Oh, this is so exciting. This is so exciting. Is there any other questions? Lovely.
I promise this is a quick one about funding. That was just such an amazing, compelling presentation to listen to. I think you did mention funding at the start, but I got so caught up in your execution. Where did you get the money to run this?
Money was initially received from, I want to say it was HEE, well, still HEE, now the artist formerly known as HEE.
Ben can answer this question.
Yeah, and Beth, the brilliant simulation clinical skills, my boss. It was Ensel.
And did you have to reach out for that money, or did you respond to a call for bids?
Yeah, it was the initial thing. It's really funny because it's how do bids get to the right people, right? I don't know if anyone else has this problem, and I think it incidentally landed in my lap. And I knew Lou from some of the on-call physio stuff. But by the time it landed on my lap, it had already gone through multiple hands. And because the original bid said it didn't go to the sim centres, which is a little bit annoying. But it mentioned sim in it. Sorry, should I stand up? So we ended up getting it really late. And then I knew Lou, but I didn't know any of the other AHPs. So I emailed like loads of people in the trust to try and go, I really want to do this AHP work, but I need to find the AHPs and hunt them down. And so my email went around about 5 people. They leveraged Lou to try and help as well from the physio front, but trying to find the SLTs and the dietitians. So it ended up being put in really, really late and a little bit poorly developed originally. So we didn't actually ask for the full amount of money that was needed because it was so quick. But yeah, really, it's so difficult, really difficult. And I think one of the things we struggled was thinking about the backfill as well. One of the things I'll also say, actually, coming to your question around the psychological safety, so I did participate in some elements of the course, and I think my reflection as well is I noticed that so the community is quite small, and when you think about the seniority, I think the other thing is the seniority between the faculty and the delegates is something that I reflected on and noticed. And I think and then also coming back to what you guys said, that having not really had much exposure to our type for this particular type of simulation, immersive simulation, and the apprehension and anxiety that brings. And I think, and then you've got your seniors in the room watching you, and you're not quite sure if they're judging your clinical practice and things like that. And I think something I think was of value because of the early stages of this program was the fact that myself and Dan, with no association with AHPs at all, were part of the faculty as well to kind of bridge that gap and to support this debriefing and the psychological safety. And I think that there was, in my reflection, I think there's an element of sometimes it can be helpful, I think, to have an outsider as part of the faculty. We came with a simulation expertise, but yeah, and it was quite eye-opening for us as well. So thank you.
My name is Mark, I'm simulation facilitator for Chelsea Westminster Trust. Unfortunately, my colleagues couldn't be here, but I'm representing them. This is our project. So we started this project early September 2022, and we actually presented this very project during our the two previous showcases to actually introduce the project we were about to start. This is the outcome. This is what we actually managed to achieve. So actually, I would like to say thank you also to the 50 American students that helped us to actually went to go through the data and to create the paper that is going to be published soon, hopefully. So as a background for our project, we know that in-situ simulation is used in other sectors, and we know that it's been used for trainings, and so to actually achieve some technical skills teaching. But there wasn't something that was related to human factors, and there was nothing related to actually the feasibility of the use of in-situ simulation for multidisciplinary teams. And so we decided to actually start a project with the quality improvement as a quality improvement project focused on human factors. And because we realized that from DATEX, communication was the major contributory factor for not recognizing the materiality of the patient and the delay of the actual care, we started focusing on the communication aspect. So as I said, those lack of communication between teams, actually, especially between the different teams, was the major contributory factor. We decided to actually try to improve this aspect. We both in situ into the workspace, into the workplace, and this one actually gave us the allowed us to test the effectiveness of teams in their own workplace and in a controlled area. So our goal is to actually implement and deliver simulation-based trainings through the trust on a constant base, but this is a long goal that we're trying to achieve. In terms of this project, our objectives were the main two actually, were the designing of actually the in-situ simulation scenarios with high fidelity mannequins. And so we wanted to see if it's feasible for the trust to actually have in-situ simulation going around the wars and how actually this one could have been achieved. And also we wanted to improve the delay of the recognition of the deteriorating patient and also to try to have an effective communication between the teams in their workplace. We started with using a PDSA methodology, and we choose 5 different wards, 5 in Chelsea Westminster Hospital, 5 in Westminster Hospital, and we carried 2 simulation, in-situ simulation a month in each ward. We used the Reality 360, that is the portable simulation station that is actually very easy to use. Has been fantastic for us to actually going around with this piece of equipment, and we were going around the locations. We were going unannounced, so the only one that knew that we were going was the ward manager, and then all the rest was done real live, unannounced for everyone, and so no one knew if the emergency was real or not. The pre-brief that was given to the first respondent was to actually act as everything was as a normal day. That was the pre-brief. There was a real emergency, and how do you do? What do you do? The in-situs were lasting like 30 to 45 minutes, and there was a 10 minutes maximum in of actual scenario, and then 20, 25 minutes of debrief right after. When then the participants were asked to actually fill a feedback form. So what we wanted to measure, and that's how we created our feedback form, it was as a primary outcome, the preparedness of the staff, of the actual participants, the confidence that they had in communicating the deteriorating of the patients or escalating them. And so also how aware, which are kind of understanding they had on human factors. And secondary, but of course not the least, the feasibility of in-situ simulation, as I said, and the satisfaction of the training. So the results were quite impressive. So if you can see, this one is the wrong one for the question. So I just noticed that before coming here, but it's coming on later. But when we asked if the training has contributed to improve patient care for our candidates, 60% of them actually strongly agreed with the sentence. Trainings help me to do my job more effectively. Strongly agree as well for the 60% of them. In terms of confidence and communication, if when we asked if the trainings has helped to feel more confident in their own role, the same 60% of them said that they strongly agreed. And how confident do you feel about escalating a patient deteriorating? The 70% of them actually answered that they were highly confident after the training. In terms of awareness and understanding of human factors, we asked them, do you understand more about the topic covered? That the topic would have been communication or teamwork or leadership, depending from the scenario. And 60% of them actually strongly agreed with that. And when we asked if they had more confidence to deal with the human factors presented in the in-situ simulation scenarios, they 60% as well, they felt more confident in the actually addressing those kind of human factors. And as a last of the primary outcome in terms of awareness and understanding, when we asked if the topic covered would have changed and enhanced the practice, the 60% actually is confident that the actual training would have changed and enhanced their clinical practice. What I'm going to show you after this, I think, is the main core that we actually managed to highlight from the data, and that's the difference of participants that we have between our study days in the center and the in-situ simulation, and that's the multidisciplinary bit that is actually came across strongly. The fact that, as you can see, the colors are all the same, red are doctors and green are nurses, and this, if you see, on a study day, how many nurses, the difference between the nurses and doctors, that they can request a study day, they can request a study leave, or nurses that actually can't leave the workplace. And the in-situ simulation, where you have the majority of the participants being the nurses, and we had 103 in 6 months attending in-situ simulation. And those student nurses and other healthcare profession that non-existent in our actually study days, you see 35 other healthcare professionals, and then we go through the actual job roles in a second, that attended the in-situ simulation, because anyone could have actually be in the scenario. We wanted the scenario to be as real as possible, so anyone that was there could have responded. Checking actually then further on the breakdown of job roles, you see that there is a variety of different professions. We go from cardiologists and anesthetists, and also a consultant, to ward manager, PDNs, radiographer. We had a paramedic that was there in the ward that day. So it means that basically we managed to reach so many different professions that in a study day is impossible to actually have. And this one was the best result for me. I think that this is what actually now gave us the strength to actually keep going with this, and we were strong and we wanted to be an actually recognized training to bring around the trust. And also because PDNs and ward managers especially, they will never have time to go on trainings, because they send people on trainings, but then who is going to train them? Who is going to actually let them go to a training or a study day? So in-situ simulation, I highlight the fact that we need something like this to actually achieve the multidisciplinary access that we want. What we found as a new findings is that basically studying all the research, all the papers that we could have possibly find in the UK and around the world, is that our quality improvement project has been one of the first few in UK that started to evaluate the use of in-situ simulation in a healthcare system. So differently from all the other systems, there are a lot of pieces of works from US, but not as many as in UK. And also we've been also one of the first few of actually assess the feasibility of an in-situ simulation training in an hospital, and with checking on all of those. And what we actually realized is that this shows an improved in confidence. Of course, it's self-reported, but having an improved, as we saw from the results, it's a very positive outcome for us, because it also comes from a very different type of professions. The key point that we had after the review of all the data is that basically, yes, it is feasible. It is possible actually reach the candidates and we go in the wards and then provide the in-situ simulation trainings. And so it's possible also to use in-situ simulation to improve non-technical skills. And also that the dynamic of the nature of the in-situ simulation facilitates the multidisciplinary trainings and multidisciplinary participation. And that's what we want as the main point of our trainings, and also mimic fantastic the reality of the scenarios. And also this one is a research project that is a stepping stone for further research, of course, and this is actually the first step of this project. This is what we presented to the patient safety group a few days ago, and that's the recommendation that we actually asked and what we actually wanted from them, because we want this to be the first part of an actual long project. We wanted the board to actually recognize the in-situ simulation as a valid education tool, because with these results, we have all the data that we need to actually achieve that and to actually present this as a patient safety matter. And so we need managers and leads to actually get together and decide that when we could go in the ward and when actually some staff could be released for a half an hour to attend in-situ simulation. And also we want to start having simulation and human factors champions within the wards and between the departments, so that we can have a kind of a connection between us and the clinical setting and the clinical workplace. And also we want to create in-house staff trained as instructors, so that they can actually provide their own in-situ simulation. We will start now train the trainer for in-situ simulation specific, where we can actually train 3 at least extra members from each department, so that they can then go back on their workplace and start their own in-situ simulation, designing their own scenarios and running them with them, because we have 3 within the trust and we can't really reach everyone all the time. And so that's what we need. We need a networking between the trust to actually be able to reach everyone all the time, and so that we can also reach also the needs that are different between departments and wards. We've been working, when we were creating the scenarios, with the serious incident fellow in the trust, and we were going through the actual incidents, and we were creating the scenarios through those. And this is something that we want to keep doing, but of course each department has its own data, so that they will need their own trained staff to produce them. Yeah. I think that's it.
You didn't even need my prompt, so well done. Okay, I can see there's 2 questions. I'm going to go to Paul and then to you, Dan, and then Chris will come over to see if there's anything you can.
Thank you, that was really interesting. I'm Paul from Friendly Health. I noticed when you look at your feedback results, you're getting a fairly consistent, roughly 10% or just under strongly disagree. Have you drilled down into why the people put those? Was that particular job roles that were saying that? And is there anything you can do about that next time when you continue this type of activity?
We didn't, because we didn't actually get the feedback. We're not able to actually get to who actually answer what. We decided not that way, unfortunately. This is something that we have in mind for the next step of the project, so we will have something to relate to the pre and post. But this is something we're thinking about.
Yeah, I think that'd be very valuable. I know from my own experience in doing simulation in our simulation suite that we get negative feedback or more negative feedback, more from things like paramedic students, because our scenarios are not designed for those, because we're an NHS trust. Thank you.
From behind.
I had a question which is about the unannounced nature of the simulations. It sounds like it's an amazing project model, but for me, I've come from a world of doing unannounced simulations. I found that in myself and my own growth as an educator, I have started to rally against them slightly, and I think it's multifactorial. But I guess my key question is, what measures, limitations, safety mechanisms did you have in place around both organisational safety and around the psychological and physical safety for your participants did you have outs, and what were your exit strategies?
Yeah. So what we had in place, it was, so the ward manager was aware, and also the nurse in charge on the specific shift was aware. So they knew that we were going. We were assessing the ward before going to see if the staffing was enough, if the actual workload would have allowed us to actually have part of the the ward, or if I would have allowed people from the ward, clinical or non-clinical, to attend. And so we were checking if they were safe in that way, and also for the patient safe. We were checking where would have happened, so to see if it was an actual space that we could have used, or if it would have actually been beneficial for this in situation. And what was the part? I think
second part was around individual safety. So did individuals have an out? Like basically, if you when you turn up and you say, right, I'm gonna surprise, we're doing a sim, could someone say, actually, no, thank you, I've just come from that, and I think I see it as more of a pressing issue, insofar as it sounds like that there is some effectively a little bit of recreation of genuine incidents that have happened. So I'm just thinking, if could there be a chance that you could create a total eclipse of psychological safety, where you are in part recreating the incident in the same place that it happened, potentially with the same staff who were involved in that, and the potential psychological impact that can have on people. And I could see that for myself, there are times where I'd say, actually, I've already reflected on this very, very heavily. I don't want to relive it, thank you. What were your outs for individuals?
So in terms of that, if an accident or an incident happened in that specific ward with those specific patients, there is the chance that it can happen again. So you can't really say well, I reflected already, and I don't want to have anything with this with ever again, because you can't say that. So it's something that can happen. It's an incident that happened before, and of course we didn't use names or actually personal information. It's a patient that presented with some similar condition and that happened to have some similar outcome. So it's the patient that you have in your ward, and it can happen again. In terms of the safety for the attendees or whoever but was participating, of course they could have said no. I mean, we weren't forcing anyone to actually attend the simulation. But what we were strongly advising also, it was for the ward managers and nurses in charge to cover them while they were participating, so that they would have not also think about, oh my God, I'm leaving the patient, I'm not here, what am I doing? So that the patient were looked after the manager or the nurse in charge in the shift, so that they would have been kind of psychologically free of attending if they wanted to.
Thank you. It's great. We get my steps up. I never get my steps on when I'm in the office.
Thank you, Marco. It's been lovely to see the results of this project after a couple of years. So first, a pragmatic question is, which were the 5 words where you brought these to life? Because I think that links with what our colleague has mentioned. I personally, as an intensivist, would find very tough to expose some of my staff to certain episodes, despite we need to tackle it. We just need to find the best way to address those types of situations in a way in which they feel actually safe and not extra stressed out. So perhaps that answer just comes naturally responded, knowing which words you approach. And 2, my next question is whether I heard that you've got an SI fellow at Chelsea and West. I don't know whether you are collating some more technical data in all those 5 words to bridge the real impact on patient safety beyond increasing the team's confidence, which is important, but sometimes it's difficult to bridge that gap between our behaviors and the ultimate patient care. Thank you.
So for the first bit, the word that we decided to actually, where we decided to run in situ were surgical and medical, both of them. We didn't go to ICU, and we decided to go on the theaters instead. So we went on the theaters. AAU, AMU. We had Cat Lab as well. So we tried to actually go in places where it's not common to actually see emergency like on a daily basis, because of course in ICUs also they do more in-situ simulation usually than other places. So we didn't want to actually go and enhance again their in-situ simulation. We wanted a place like Cat Lab never had in-situ simulation, or other places like theater that never actually saw anyone going there with the monitor and just starting running a scenario. So we wanted to actually go on those places to see if it was possible for those kind of settings to have simulation in their workplace, and it actually went well. In the other bit, if you can repeat the second part, because so yes, this is difficult to say. It is difficult to see at the very first stage. What we wanted to actually highlight is for them to be able to feel more confident, and then what we wanted, but of course, to actually have an effect, practical on patient safety, it will need to be studied on time on the next stages to see if it actually has been effective.
Going to the front. Just before I do, is there any more questions from the back?
Somebody on two hands up thing. Yeah.
No. Beth, I want to come to you, and then I'll come to the online candidates. Still got more questions. Still got more questions.
Sorry.
That's all right, Marco. You don't have to
That's
answer
me.
them if you don't want to. Would you like an out? Okay. I had a thought and also a question, if I'm allowed. So my thought was kind of linking to some of the things that have been said by Paul and Dan. So I was thinking actually, because I think, as you said, you know, here we don't really measure enough in situ, and America's been doing it for a long time. And I think one of the things you could do potentially, apart from measure confidence, is measure perception. I'd be really interested in the time that you've run this program, whether your number of the active participants actually increased in number from the first sim to the last sim, but also if the perception changes, you know. And I think anecdotally, probably a lot of us in the room may know some of the perceptions that people have of in situ sims, the fact that it's disruptive, it might make their day longer, and that, you know, those are barriers to actively participating. So that's just a comment, because I think it'd be really great, you know, you're already collecting this data, and, you know, whether you want to consider doing that. And then linking to the comment, I mean, it's the age-old question, isn't it, about how do you measure you know, from the learning in the impact on clinical practice. It's the same question you guys had earlier. We lost that all the time, and yeah, it's very difficult, really, really difficult. But one of the things I know what this program is designed to do is more around the non-technical skills and CRM. But I think the other thing is that when you go out in situ, you can help notice problems with the system. You know, latent threats, etc. So I'm wondering, when that happens, you know, and because you've got the buy-in, or you've got your action plan to try to get the buy-in, I'm wondering what your long-term plan is around that, because I think although it's difficult for us to measure maybe that directly on the potential place of measuring and showing that actually can make changes in the system, which can help staff as well. So thank you.
So yes, in terms of the seeing if actually with the time it was improving and actually increasing the number of participants, I can say yes. Especially because, as you said, in-situ simulation is not very well known. People can actually think that it's disruptive. But more we were doing in situ, more the ward managers, when we were doing in situ, were actually talking to the other ward managers during their meetings, and more other ward managers were actually wanted to be involved. And so participants were starting to actually get more and more with the time. So if you see the difference between the first month and the last month, is insane. But and also, yeah. But also, and to answer the second part on the latent conditions, yes, this is also what we want, and also because we started even those 6 months, we noticed that in-situ simulation is fantastic to actually highlight those kind of latent errors. For one of the example, we were in TSL doing one in-situ simulation. They pressed the alarm and they found out that the alarm wasn't actually buzzing on the corridor. So the one from the corridor was coming in, and we were, where is everyone? Just because the alarm wasn't actually working in the corridor. And if we were not there doing the in-situ simulation, they would have not realized until the actual emergency. Now they changed the system. We highlighted the fact that we actually reported it, and they changed all the system for the emergency buzzer. So yes, we want to actually go strong on that as well in the next step.
Do you have a formal mechanism for that to happen?
Not really.
We'll watch the space.
Okay, thank you, Marco. So we have a question from the chat box from Caroline Curtin from Buckinghamshire. She firstly said, thank you very much for your presentation. And she wanted to know whether when you're running the in-situ sessions, what was the reaction from patients, relatives and visitors who may have been present at the time and observed the training?
So we were trying to go in the area with least patient as possible or relatives. But if that was happening, they would have been approached before the actual happening of the incident. They knew that we were going there. They knew what was going to happen. And actually, the outcome that we had from the relatives was very positive. They enjoyed the fact that we were there training the staff, and they saw the staff involved in an actual practical education scenario. So they actually liked the fact that there was the mannequin that we were all shouting there. So that was fine.
And there's a follow-up from that. So Caroline gave a nod of thank you and appreciation. And then there's a follow-up from Mark Ridgway from Shrewsbury, who said, were there any debrief opportunities for any of the patients and relatives that were present?
No, we didn't. I mean, we spoke to them after. There wasn't a debrief. We didn't actually involve them with the debrief because, I mean, they were not involved in the scenario. So that wasn't really the point for them. We actually went to them after to see if they were happy or not that happened, and that never actually, at least in front of us, said anything bad.
Lovely. Then on that note, look at this timekeeping. Brilliant, Marco. On the agenda. Thank you so much. I will park when half the lights over so we can have yeah, that's all. Wait, it's 2 months. Oh, okay. I'll pass between two of you. Both on, ready to go. Thank you.
And good afternoon. Really pleased to be here. I'm just going to do introductions and then we're going to collaboratively present. So we're here from on behalf of 5 universities and 3 non-profit trusts to talk about our evolution of peer-enhanced e-placements for North West London and also South West London, our PEeP projects. So my name is Louise Howard. I'm Associate Professor in Mental Health Nursing at Kingston University.
And my name is Alicia Powell. I'm one of the Senior Lecturers in Mental Health Nursing at the University of West London.
Hello, and I'm Sue Quayle. I'm the Head of Practice Education at the University of West London.
And my colleague Marina Ross, a Senior Lecturer from Kingston University in Learning Disabilities, is also going to join. So we're going to introduce partners. We're going to tell you a little bit about what PEeP is and how we deliver that with our students, what the drivers of PEepware, and primarily we're going to show you some of our evaluation outcomes and also the work that we've been doing collaboratively around the next steps in developing things like good practice guides and think about where we're going to take the work that we've done over the last couple of years. Okay, so just to identify the partners, Bucks New University, and that was led, well, the whole project really was led by Margaret Ryoga, who couldn't be here today, so I have to say thank you to Margaret from Bucks. Brunel University, University of West London, Kingston University, but also King's College as well, and 3 mental health trusts, as I said, have been identified here. Okay, so PEEP stands for Peer Enhanced E-Placement, and PEEP was developed from occupational therapy, actually, so we thank our colleagues there, and they developed a virtual placement during COVID for their OT students, which provided really good quality simulated practice learning in a time when students were unable to go out and have that practice experience. And that's then been shared with other colleagues and been trained in this particular model, thanks to them. And it's been widely disseminated now across multiple professions within the UK and beyond. And there's a huge number now of learners who, student pre-registration learners who've been engaged and completed a PEEP placement. Some of the drivers for introducing PEEP were obviously thinking about things like the long-term workforce plan, you know, like increasing numbers of students, but we have a problem of capacity, and our practice partner will talk a little bit more about the impact on capacity for student placements, but also recognising the changing NFC standards for nursing in relation to simulated practice, but also potential for increased simulated hours within our pre-registration programs, but also recognising the impact that the high number of students are having, particularly during peak times of placements in the summer, has on the workforce, and looking at opportunity around capacity, but also to give them some relief, I guess, during intense periods when student nurses are in the practice areas. So in terms of the project population, across the universities, there were a total of 136 student nurses involved. And each university, again, depending on the cohort numbers, have different numbers of learning of students. So Bucks had 30. Brunel has quite a small cohort of mental health students. In this particular project, they had 9. At Kingston, we had 58 mental health students, but we were really fortunate to be able to involve our learning disability students. These were year 1 students, so I think that's probably important to think about. These are obviously not our overall numbers, but we delivered this with our year 1s, and Alicia and I will say a little bit more about our individual programmes. And University of West London had 32. And the comment on the right was from South West London St George's, who this particular 3-week period where we undertook a PEEP for Kingston, it enabled 41 students to be taken out of the placement areas for a period of 3 weeks, and that was across both fields of nursing. So that had a major impact and was very supportive for them in terms of capacity in some of their ward areas.
Oh, sorry.
Very temperamental.
Works in the classroom.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Louise.
So as Louise mentioned, this was originally designed as an e-placement, but as you can probably imagine, obviously moving on from COVID, we all implemented our own individual hybrid versions of this initial PEEP project. So none of us did sole online projects. We all collaborated, however, we all developed our own projects separately as universities. We've all learned from each other, we've learned from our own experiences, and we're looking forward now to delivering and developing the next series of the PEEP placements. So this is the second time it's going to be run. As you can see from the screen here, all of the different universities, different HEIs had different length placements, and all of them had hybrid versions. So all had some online component and all had some face-to-face component. This differed. Bucks New Uni were the first to deliver. They actually followed more of an online placement format, and they did 5 weeks online with 1 week face-to-face.
using actors, experts by experience and their staff in HEI. Brunel had a 3-week program, which was 1 week placement and 1 week PEeP online interspersed within a 7-week placement. We won't talk too much about Brunel today, but we have some of their results. University of West London, where I'm from, we did a 3.5-week program. We were at the end of the program, so we were quite restricted in terms of how long. We would have loved to do a longer program, but we were restricted by HE deadlines. So that's why we chose to only stick to the 3.5 week. And then Kingston, they also did a 3-week program, also hybrid, face-to-face and online. So just to give, obviously Louise and I here representing University of West London and Kingston University, so we'll give you a bit of a flavour on the way that we developed each of our projects. So first of all, in terms of West London, what we did, we had 32 learners. And it's important to note, like Louise said, that these are all first-year mental health students. And ours were first placement mental health students. So if you can imagine, many of these students had no clinical experience whatsoever. Some of them worked as healthcare assistants, some of them may have been support workers, some of them might have worked at a nursing home, but nobody had practice placement experience as a student nurse. I don't know how many mental health colleagues we have here, but most of you can probably imagine going to a psychiatric institution, mental health facility as a first-year student might be quite daunting. You might be placed in a psychiatric intensive care unit. You might be placed in a crisis team. You might be placed in A&E working with the psychiatric liaison team. You could even start in a forensic psychiatry service, where I first started my training before I became a qualified nurse. So quite daunting, working with people with all sorts of different severe and enduring mental health conditions in acute presentations, crisis presentations, potentially suicidal, potentially self-harming, paranoid, etc. Lots more that we could go on with, but you can imagine that's potentially quite daunting for students who've never been exposed to that previously. So really our aim, whilst Louise mentioned the aim of the whole PEeP was really to improve placement capacity, for us as clinicians and practitioners, behind the scenes, ours was really to try and develop our students, more so even than placement capacity. It was to develop their readiness, develop their preparedness, develop their confidence and their skills so that we were sending students out as best as they could be. Personally, I think we focus more on the adult side in the first kind of few months before students get sent out. We do have some mental health simulation sessions that we run across universities, but they can be quite limited. There's a limit to what can be delivered. So this was a way for us to develop a program where we could really hone in, provide some realistic type scenarios. Bearing in mind they're first year students, first placement, we kept the scenarios quite light. So some of the examples that I gave before about paranoia, about suicidality, we had a touch of that. However, we started off very basic. So in West London, we split our 32 students into groups of 4, and they double up to groups of 8. So that they had those peer learning groups so that they could reflect and consolidate, share from each other. They weren't exposed on their own. They would work together as smaller groups, larger groups, and in pairs, and then sometimes come together in the larger groups. And I know, Louise, your university did something quite similar. That worked really well. Students, we did do a little bit of selection when we put people into groups. The added benefit was that the students were all my personal tutor students, so I knew them, they knew me. There was some level of comfort there as well. They'd already studied together, they knew each other, they knew most of the team as well, so that did help. They knew that they were the first to go through this programme. They were quite excited about it, but also a little bit daunted as well, not knowing what to expect. So what we did in that first half week, we had some online training sessions. We gave them all opportunities to meet up with their groups, to develop ground rules, to develop safety plans, what to do if they felt uncomfortable in situations. We talked about the expectations. So they're on placement. They're not sort of students in theory anymore. When they're with us, they're expected to behave as if they were on a ward or a community setting, following all the professional behaviours of the NMC code. We were signing off practice hours for these placements as well. So we had to be confident together with our trust partners that these students were engaging properly during this placement. So that was made very much clear to them at the beginning. They all had workbooks as well, portfolios. We all did ours differently throughout the different universities, but we are collaborating on perhaps having something that we can share. Workbook activities where they would complete things during the day, on reflection at the end of each day. And also every Friday, we had an assessment day. So on these assessment days, we had our practice partners from West London and CNWL come in. Each student had an allocated practice assessor. So practice assessor. And that practice assessor was someone registered with the NMC as the practice assessor, who would then be able to sign off their electronic practice assessment document and do the initial, midpoint and final interviews, just like they would when they were out on clinical practice placement, providing evidence to the NMC, and would also get students to upload their portfolios, their workbooks to that NMC document as evidence, as proof of what they've been doing. And so each Fridays, I'll just quickly run through what we did and then I'll pass back to Louise. We had Fridays were exciting days. I think the first one, the students were a little bit daunted. After about 1 or 2 scenarios, they kept running up to us and saying how much fun they were having and how exciting it was. Even though at the beginning, they were quite nervous. So what we did was we had 8 stations. And again, we might alter this depending on the number of students in the next cohort. So we essentially have 8 stations. This might be 8 carers, service users, patients, whoever it might be. Sometimes it was a relative. We'd have paid actors doing some of the roles. And what we tended to do was give the perhaps maybe more challenging roles to the paid actors rather than the volunteers. So we allocated those. These are all people who come from the acting profession. We have an acting school as well, and we'll probably be using actors from that as well in the next run. And then we also got practice partners. So obviously you can see this is quite resource heavy. It's not about sim equipment, it's about people, human resources. And that was our biggest challenge. I think we were all quite creative, weren't we? I was a course leader for a cohort that just graduated. So I got some volunteers to come in of my students who were quite keen, and they'd just qualified as Band 5 nurses. So they came in for a few days. We got people from the trust that we knew previously that worked in different areas to come in. The practice assessors would choose a patient role as well. So they were actually being assessed and seeing students in their group coming around to assess them. And we also used our colleagues. So we got a few, participate this obviously, but maybe next time. We got a few of our adult nursing colleagues as well from the university to come and play patients, and they've really enjoyed that. They had fun with it. Some of them chose their own scenarios, some of them we wrote scenarios for, and quite a number of them are coming back to participate again and volunteer this year. So on those days, 8 stations, all different kind of presentations. Again, very simple, very straightforward, especially in week 1, common presentations, nothing too challenging. And people would move around in pairs, assessing their patient or speaking to their carer, then moving on to the next station, writing up their progress notes or a mini assessment. So they might see somebody for a brief drug and alcohol assessment, for example, write that assessment up, hand over to their practice assessor at the end of the day. We'd go through a whole morning of that, so quite intensive, but quite fun. And then at the end of the session, there'd be a big debrief session where everyone would come back together as a larger group. All the actors would come in, all of the staff members would come in, any volunteers, and provide general feedback to the group as a whole. What went well, what could have gone better, what they liked about the interactions. So it wasn't picking on individuals or individual kind of pairs, it was kind of overall feedback. And then each week we upped the intensity a little bit, upped the complexity in terms of the expectation, culminating in a third assessment day right at the end of the programme. So that gives you a bit of a flavour on how we ran the programme. I'm going to pass back to Louise as well.
I'm going to share a bit more about Kingston when I get to it.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. So thinking about the evaluation, we all assessed and evaluated this in different ways, partly because we didn't have a lot of time. We were quite restricted, especially I think we were quite late in joining the programme. So again, thinking forward about the way we're going to evaluate, whether we do that in a more kind of cohesive method between all of the 5 HEIs. In terms of ourselves, we took a mixed method approach. We did a pre and post survey for all of our participants, obviously signing consent forms. They didn't have to participate if they didn't want to. We had focus groups and interviews, and case study approaches as well. We also got feedback from the practice assessors out in practice. That was qualitative feedback. And we got feedback from experts by experience as well as the academic lecturers.
Can we go straight to yours, I think?
Yeah.
So I'm just really mindful of time and we're trying to present 5 universities' data. So I'm going to go straight to ours, I think. Brilliant. If that's okay. So yours. I'll do mine. Okay. So in Kingston, this is the joy, isn't it, when you have so many people involved. Right. So from the Kingston experience, there's just some examples here of our case scenarios. We had Jamie, first episode of psychosis, a bit into an inpatient ward. We had Jenny, who had a mild learning disability, recently bereaved. And we had Sandra, who actually has quite complex needs and a complex trauma history. And we developed some videos with our actors that we used before they actually met the actors in real life, and that helped scaffold some of the learning. In terms of what went well for us, you know, it did certainly support capacity issues. It gave a great opportunity for us to collaborate with our practice partner. We've developed new resources. It was really fun. The students really enjoyed it. We had fantastic evaluations from our staff and our students. And what we did see was a really ongoing benefit for our students as they came back to us in the second year, in terms of particularly how they worked in groups and how they sort of were quite reliant on terms of bringing their learning to scenario work and things. I'm just going to go back to you again to some of your evaluation data, but overall it was really, really positive in terms of confidence. Their practice improved. They felt much more ready for practice because our students went straight into practice. They had 3 weeks with us and then 5-week practice placement. Sorry, I'll leave that with you.
I'll just skip over, just being mindful of time, going through some of the qualitative data that we achieved. I'll let you read through some of those yourselves. You can see the key themes: knowledge, increase in confidence, increase in skills, and increase in those professional behaviours that we want to see out in practice.
I'll actually just say at this point, I went round the practice areas after we'd done PEeP, and I walked on to one of our trust wards, or in fact into the whole hospital, and they turned around to me and said, "What the heck have you done with your students this time?" And I went, "Oh, I don't know. Why do you mean?" They said, "They're so well prepared. They're enthusiastic. They know what to do. They know what they're expecting." And we found that really enhanced their own professional practice. And one of our students, we were laughing, weren't we, and saying, got offered a job the first placement. So
after 8 weeks,
because they thought he was so good. So from a practice partner point of view, the feedback was phenomenal.
As you can see, there's some more feedback here. I won't read through them all, but you can have a look at those. Feedback from academics, feedback from practice assessors that we had. So we've got a lot more than that, just highlighting a few of the key points there. And the students were still buzzing about it. They're still talking about it now. And we're going to be running the second one this end of May, June. And I've already got a few volunteers from the students who were on the previous PEeP that want to come in and support us in whatever way. And Louise and I were talking as well about integrating, for example, our MSci master's students or our third year mental health students to come in and support, because part of their role is to assess students, and that's part of their preceptorship and their development. So I'm in the process of planning some master's 4th year students as part of their module. It's part of, you know, integrating into module to come in and support the 1st year students. So that's something that we're going to collaborate on further.
And we've just had our programme revalidated at Kingston, and so all of our simulation weeks that we're doing are under the framework of PEeP, and that was really appreciated by the NMC, and they sort of recognise that this model actually does meet the requirements for them in terms of simulation training, particularly as we are increasing those numbers of hours provided to students, and recognise that actually this provides a quality learning experience for students and does meet the requirements for the NMC. So
feedback here from the experts by experience as well. Obviously, we encouraged it as a safe place. Make mistakes, it's okay. We weren't monitoring everything everybody was saying. We were getting generalised feedback. We were looking at quality of students' writing and their progress notes and their ability to write a brief assessment based on what they've seen. So teaching students a range of skills. Listening, team working was something that came up as well. How to respond to challenging situations. We did throw in a few curveballs, as you get in mental health settings, as you do in other settings as well. A few things that students weren't expecting. How do you deal with maybe something quite challenging or an embarrassing question, or maybe an intrusive question? So there were some of the things that students got exposure to, and they quite enjoyed having that ability to practice in a safe space.
And just moving forward, we've got more work to do, and we are hoping to further develop this across London, and also we've got some good practice guidance, and we're taking forward, and it the collaboration is what's really important. Often as universities, we're a bit like, well, we're competitors, we don't really want to share too much with each other, but actually this has really enabled us to do that in a really effective and resourceful way for all of our student populations.
It's been really lovely working with the other HEIs together, and we're actually starting to share resources now. So we're not keeping all of our curriculum for our own PEePs. We're sharing that around so we can we're all different. Our students have got different needs, and some of us are focusing on second year students, not first years. But that's been really valuable. And Margaret Ryoga, alongside Sue and others, have also talked about having a pool of practice assessors. So one of the big challenges was the practice assessors are your band 7s, your band 8s, etc., out in practice, who are busy, who've got their own jobs, who are coming in to volunteer for a couple of days to assess our students here. So actually trying to develop a pool of paid practice assessors that can come in and help with all the different PEePs in all the different areas. So thank you. So time to stop now.
So time is not totally up. You've got 5 minutes to take any questions. Take any questions from the audience.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. I've been a PEeP skeptic for a long time, and I think I'm sort of on the journey to conversion. So thank you. I've really presented this lots of times, and perhaps we're a bit more talking about it, but it's really interesting, and thank you for the care that went into that. I think one of the things that for me is important about what you've just shared is that it wasn't really, from your perspective, designed as a replacement for hours, but actually the kind of learning journey and the pedagogy behind it being about preparation. I think those of us who've trained as health professionals know that you spend a lot of time perhaps as a student, you're thinking, because the workplace isn't always a great place to learn everything about the workplace. So I just thought that kind of design was really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. My question is, do you make a loss doing this? I mean, it sounds like a nightmare to organise and run a really intensive period, perhaps when you're supposed to be on holiday, or doing your own research or whatever that is. So does it work? Is it going to work? Can we sort of scale this?
I'll answer from a manager's point of view. There is the placement tariff. So obviously for simulation equipment related to this, I'm looking at Anna here, and for things like the bringing in a PAs, that type of thing comes under the placement tariff. But yes, from a lecturer point of view, it is a massive resource, but we want our students to have a really good experience. So that is part of our role to make sure they do.
You're saying that with your funders here, but is it sustainable? Can you keep doing it?
Yes, we are. We've got we have to. Ours is validated in our curriculum. So obviously, in terms of tariff, we will. We shared the tariff this time. So there's issues around the tariff, but we have shortened ours at Kingston for 2 weeks. And it's integral to our programme. So it's part of our normal, it's part of our work that we would be doing in terms of the learning and the innovation that we provide to our students. I do have to scale, I mean, I manage my team of 9 lecturers. I won't be having 9 lecturers in my classroom for 3 days a week in June this time round. That was part of the learning for them to be fully immersed in it. So I will have to sort of manage the resource side because that isn't sustainable. But we manage that in terms of you know, our workloads really, and who's going to be focusing on PEeP. So yeah, it's integral to what we do.
I think to answer your question, sorry, with the funding, there was an original amount of funding for the project, but when students are in the university, not on placement, the placement tariff, which is, so every student gets paid to be out, or the placement gets paid to take a student. Okay, so then that placement tariff goes to the university, but we have to prove that we are using that placement tariff wisely. See what I mean? So all of the trusts, when they take our students, will receive money from what used to be Health Education England, what is now NHS England, to take the students. So if we're teaching students within university, that placement tariff then comes to us.
I have actually got
So it's sustainable.
Sorry. I've actually got one really personal question from the chat. So there's lots of thanks and lots of celebration for how you have collaborated, which is really positive to see. But the question is, in the context of the recent NMC letter regarding SPLs and the concerns regarding online content and reflection hours, have you had to make any changes to your programme? And will it need any modifications?
So again, that's more of a placement question rather than a sim question as such. I can say, yes, not us personally, because our reflection hours, we've already done that, so we don't have to change. I know it was in the NMC or, you know, annual report that we had to do. But for us, no. And in our sim, again, it's built in as reflection, which you would do with any simulation anyway.
Do the last
one. Hi, Anna McGuinness from NHS Health Education England as was. With regards to that last question, a lot of the work that was done by the group, as a group of universities, when they took this on the second time around, was around understanding the NMC definition of what a placement was, what simulated learning was, what reflection was, to make sure that what was developed actually met the standards that were there and to allow the universities to participate. And I think, if I'm right, some of that to influence the amount of time that universities could dedicate to this work as a result.
Yes, definitely. I think as head of practice, I live, breathe, you know, NMC rules, HEE rules, and we work out the whole of our curriculum, anything we do around those rules before we would do anything else. So yeah, it totally informs what we're going to do.
And my last comment was just to say thank you to the team that have been doing this work. It has been amazing and it's been great to see. And you did say at the start you were going to talk about the future. You didn't quite get there. So my vision for this, right from the very start, when I saw Buck's return initially on the impact, was around the placement areas, saying how well prepared the students were and the value that that brought to them, and the students' impact on them, saying, I now feel comfortable to go into practice. I'm not terrified anymore. And that was what gave us the kick that actually this is something that we want to support to go further. And our vision is that this will be an offer for every single first-year mental health student in the London region, regardless of which university they're at and which practice placement partners they have. And the group are doing an amazing job of getting it there.
So I was going to say, from a UWL point of view, what we're looking at doing now is we're in the process of bringing it into our learning disability. But actually, all wards have mental health patients, so we would like all our adults to do a different version so that they are more prepared for patients, mental health patients within a normal adult hospital setting, and again children, because we do children's nursing as well. And then we're also looking at bringing it into our, we do ODP, midwifery and paramedic and social work, so then we will then start trying to see whether we can roll it into those as well. So
thank you so much. Dan, can I ask you to start to do the PV, because you're a lot sicker than I am, and I will pass the mics over to Mia and Lucy from Institute of Instructions.
Brilliant. I don't know why this feels very powerful. I don't normally get given one. So my name's Nia Williams. I'm a general paediatrician at King's College Hospital, one of the consultants there, and I've also got a role as a sim lead for child health, but also across the trust, which I share with Sarah, who who also has a poster that we can go and have a look at in the lunch break. So my role is across the trust, but the role I'm here to talk about today is as part of the King's team, which it stands for. I had to remind myself what this is just now. So the King's Children's Clinical Simulation Team. And I'll let Lucy introduce herself.
Hi, my name is Lucy Self. I am a practice development nurse based on children's critical care at King's. And as part of that role, I co-lead the simulation program with Nia.
Okay, so I will. Do you want the important? That's it. See if it will.
Yeah, what do I have to press? This one?
Yeah, I think.
Definitely shouldn't have. So we're just going to talk to you a little bit about kind of the history and the context and how we got to the point that our programme is at now. We're going to talk about some of the participants we have, kind of how we manage our faculty, what the day looks like, the lovely positive feedback that we have from our participants, and kind of other projects that we've worked on and future directions. So a lot of this programme, we have to give a little shout out to Trisha Radier, who you can see in the picture. So she is a general PEeP consultant at King's. When she was a registrar, she did a job with us on critical care. And she had always done lots and lots of simulation. And when she came back into the trust about 5 years ago, she approached myself and my colleague, who had been running lots of PICU sim, to see if we wanted to join forces. To which our answer was a resounding yes. We absolutely wanted to join forces. We'd always run PICU sequential sim, so patient journey through our high dependency unit into our intensive care. But actually we hadn't run cross-child health sim, and we saw a massive opportunity in that. So when Trisha approached us to see if we wanted to work together, we were really, really keen. And so we set about designing a programme that kind of still utilised that sequential model, but that involved all of the departments across child health. And the main inspiration for the first lot of scenarios came from a patient that Trisha and I actually resuscitated together. So I was the bedside nurse. It was a nice, calm summer Sunday, and it didn't stay calm for very long. And we accepted a really septic patient into our critical care that had come through A&E, through the ward, and to us on critical care. And through that journey, that patient had experienced some really kind of excellent examples of team working and escalation. And we wrote that case up into our first set of sequential scenarios. And we still get that scenario out every now and again and rerun it, because it's such a successful scenario, because it is based entirely on a real scenario. So our participants now come from everywhere across the trust, across child health. So they come from our ED department, they come from all of our children's wards, and we take a huge range of professionals. So the bulk are nurses and doctors. So we have about 10 to 14 participants per day, and we run about 10 of these dates a year. We usually have about 4 or 5 medics on the day, and then the rest are usually made up of nurses, healthcare assistants, and we have actually included some of our physiotherapists in the past in some of our respiratory scenarios, and are inspired by this morning's talk to re-engage our physiotherapists and try and get some of our other therapies involved as well, because they did really enjoy the day, but we just have to be conscious that not all of our days would be relevant, but we're really keen to get them involved now. And we actually started involving our student nurses as well. And to begin with, this actually started off as a little bit of a practical exercise. When we got a last minute dropout, we didn't want to waste that place. And it's much easier to pull a student out of a rota than it is to pull a clinical member of the team. So it started as a little bit of a practical exercise to not waste places. But actually what we found was it added such massive value that we have now started actively trying to include them. And that has been massively, massively successful. The feedback we've had from that has been so positive. when we started running this across child health, we actually thought we would find the debriefing more difficult than when we ran PICU only sim. And what we found was the polar opposite. The debriefs were so much richer, so much easier. People were so much more willing to open up in front of people who they didn't work with every day. And we found that the debriefs almost ran themselves, and the discussions that came out were so rich and so varied, and everybody participated. So in terms of faculty, so Nia and myself lead this programme. And again, we found such massive value in having a lead that's a nurse and a lead that's a doctor. It means we are a really strong link to our participants and to our faculty. So Nia's generally in charge of trying to make sure we've got enough doctors booked on, and reaches out to those medics and encourages them to attend the day. And then I do the same for the nurses, although the nurses get a little bit less choice, they generally get rostered to attend. But again, I'm that strong link between the nursing faculty and trying to include more nurses in our faculty, and then Nia does the same for the medics. It also means our debriefs are for a multidisciplinary team, done by a multidisciplinary team, and we found such massive value in that as well. We have got faculty from a range of kind of areas. The nurses are predominantly practice development nurses because it can form part of our job role, but we are trying to include some of our A&P colleagues and some of our intensive care outreach colleagues as well, to kind of broaden that range of nurses that come and debrief. And then from our medics, they're from a huge range of experience levels, right from our very junior medics right through to our consultants. Oh, and actually, I forgot one very important person in our sim faculty, our wonderful sim tech. We should have put a picture of Laura on there, I feel. So we absolutely could not run this day without our sim tech, who has worked with us for the whole time, so knows exactly how we like to work, and is there busying away in the background every time, making sure that everything runs perfectly smoothly and dealing with any technical problems that come up, and the day really wouldn't run as successfully as it does without her. So in terms of the day itself, we do have a structure. We don't have a timetable because we would never stick to it. We tried, it didn't work. So we have a plan of how we like to run the day, but we never have strict timings, because if there's a really good discussion going on, we try not to kind of shut that down because of timings. Everyone does get fed multiple times. We do ensure that happens because we know that that's very important as well. But we try and be a little bit flexible with the timings to allow those really good discussions. So we start the day and we put a huge amount of time into the intro and the icebreaker to build that psychological safety. So we start with kind of a general round of introductions and where people are from and what their kind of experience is with sim. And then we get everyone up doing human bingo, because I have a severe hatred of the traditional icebreaker. And so if anyone's not familiar with human bingo, you get 9 things written on a card, things like, I am left-handed, I have a cat, and you have to walk around the room and find people who have those things, and you have to find 9 different people. So it gets them up, it gets them talking to each other, it gets extremely competitive. There's not a prize, it's all for the pride of being the winner, but it gets people up and laughing and having fun, and nobody ever wants to stop the activity when we eventually get a winner. So it really just builds that kind of team bond really early in the day. We then do a hopes and fears session where we ask people to share their hopes and fears for the day, and we share our own as faculty as well. We then do a human factors workshop, kind of talking a little bit about some of the things that we're then going to cover during the scenarios. We go and meet our mannequins, so they're familiar with the environment they're going to be in and familiar with their patient for the day. And then we actually roll into the scenarios after we've given them coffee. And our scenarios are all based on real case studies that have come through the hospital. So we still link really strongly with Tricia. She's now the governance lead, and so we talk to her a lot about things that have come up as part of incidents and what we can include in our scenarios. So all of them are based on real cases. Some of the cases need a little bit of tweaking to make them work in the sequential manner, but they have all got an element of a real patient in them, which again, I think makes them run so much smoother because this is things that have actually happened. We run through usually 3 scenarios. We'll usually run a set of scenarios 3 times and then we'll change them up. And we've run a huge amount of themes over the years, from sepsis, bronchiolitis, oncology, sickle cell, liver. We've kind of covered a huge range of topics over the years. And again, we'll respond to things that we feel need covering based on incidents.
Yeah, so as we've heard before, from the previous talks, there's great value in looking at things that have gone not as well. So looking at data, looking at trends, looking at sort of, when we had a lot of group-based threat coming through, trying to focus teaching on sort of what's active and what needs to be sort of highlighted at the time. But we also try and look at what's gone really well. So looking at sort of safety 2 aspects. So thinking about, I was trying to look at themes in grade TICSs as well. So all your trusts might have a sort of equivalent of positive feedback mechanism, and looking at what went well in that scenario, what was the communication that went well, how did the escalation work. So we look at both sides of things. And of course, in most scenarios, there's a little bit of positive and a little bit of not so positive. So, but we started off just looking at incidents as the sort of negative side, DATICs, but actually we've gone to trying to look at the positives as well and learning from positive culture. As we said, we do base it loosely on real scenarios. What we found, the way our wards work, just a bit of context, we have about 5 paediatric wards. So we have Tony and Guy, like general paediatrics, but there's nothing general about King's if you've ever been to King's. It's a very special place. So that often has sort of general peds, the sort of respiratory, bronchi kids, the asthma, but also paediatric oncology. Then we have a surgical ward, we have a neurosurgical ward, we have a sort of short stay unit, which used to be sort of the quick turnarounds, the 24-hour. I don't think we have those anymore. I think all of those are sort of being ambulated from A&E, so I don't think we have short stay patients in the same way we used to. And then we have a sort of quaternary liver ward. So back in the day before COVID, I could sort of predict which bay or which ward each patient would go to from A&E. I'd be like, oh, that patient will go to sickle cell, will go there, the bronchiolitis will go there. But since COVID and cohorting and NPAs and knowing what bug everybody has, that's really changed. So we found that actually the patients on the liver unit, the nurses on the liver unit, do need to know how to look after patients on Optiflow. They do need to know what to do with a febrile neutropenic. So actually all of the cases that we bring up can be relevant to the nurses and doctors on each unit. And that's been a bit of a change since COVID. So that's why working together with nurses and doctors from each of the wards has become really important. But they may not be as familiar with these patients, and they may not be as familiar with working with the nurses from the other wards, because the nurses are pretty much set on the ward they work on. It's a really good opportunity. The reason I love teaching on it is I get to work with people across the floor and get to know them much better. So the next time we get to that emergency, we've worked together, and this just makes everybody much more comfortable with each other. So talking a bit more about the sequential nature of it. So depending on the case, they may start in A&E, they may start as a day ward attender, they may start on the day unit. 5 minutes, yeah. And then so the first, and we try and make the people in the scenarios be relevant to that. So if you work in A&E, you'll be an A&E doctor or A&E nurse. If you work on the day unit, that's where we'll base the scenario. So we're not making you act like a PICU reg if you've never been a PICU reg, or act like a PICU nurse if you've never been a PICU nurse. And then it gradually increases. We then do what we call the blindfolded simulation. So this is slightly separate from the scenario. We make it very clear to people on the day that this is irrelevant to what they've done in the scenario. So basically this is an arrest scenario, and it's not because you did a bad job in the scene. So this is totally separate, so you feel safe. And what we found, so it's basically an arrest scenario. So we tell them the crash bell's going to go and it's going to be an arrest, and you go straight in. And we ask someone to volunteer to be the leader and blindfold themselves. And it sounds terrifying, and you think, God, this is going to be a disaster. How would I possibly do this? But it's got such rich learning about the human factors of running an emergency. So we've had some which are just amazing and like absolutely incredible. And sometimes it has gone so badly we've had to do a timeout and stop and say, right, we're going to stop. We're going to go through, and we start again. So there is safety and there's a timeout there, and we tell everyone that there's a timeout that they can take. But it very rarely goes very badly wrong. But it really highlights the human factors of closed loop communication, delegation, task prioritization. And we found that really just reinforces the things that we've learned in the other sequential simulations. So in terms of debriefing, we sort of loosely base our debriefing on the diamond debriefing model, which most of you in Sim are probably familiar with. But we are flexible, so it depends on how things are going. And we try and aim the clinical part of the teaching, you know, something for each level. So something for the healthcare assistant, something for the students, something for the nurses, something for the doctors, and something for the more critically care-minded. So I've been working in simulation about 15 years. And I feel like we're still reporting about confidence. We're still reporting about I enjoyed the day. And we were sort of talking in the coffee break about how we improve that. So I can show you lots of slides that everyone likes the day, everyone feels more confident, everyone wants to do it more. But how do we translate that to patient outcomes? And I was thinking about using the SI fellow and looking at reports. But I was thinking, is more reporting a bad thing? Or is teaching about human factors actually making people report more? So even if we looked at outcome, you know, reports, crashes, crash calls, is more crash calls a sign that things are going badly on the ward, or is more crash calls a sign that actually we're empowering the healthcare assistant to put out a crash call? Or, so yeah, I haven't got an answer, but I've just been musing about that. So I won't look too much about the confidence, because we all know what it's going to say, right? But what we were interested in is the sort of qualitative stuff about whether they mind doing it with at the MDT. And actually, there's never been a negative comment about doing it with at the MDT. And no doctor said I don't want to do it with nurses. No nurse said I don't want to do it with, and nobody minds this nursing student. Everyone's really valued that richness, and mainly people are asking for more. Which just if we were, this documentary is about Jason and Clara. It's about a little girl who died of sepsis, and it was on ITV, and it's still on ITVX. And they actually came to King's to see how we teach about sepsis. So there's a little bit about how important simulation is in sort of educating about sepsis. So if anyone's interested, you can see a little bit more of our work there. So other projects. So today is going to, like, there's going to be a whole other slide about what we've learned about today and what we want to steal from you all. So in terms of other projects, so the work we're talking about today is very much sort of a set study day in our sim lab, which has lots of benefits, but as we know, there's also loads of benefits to in-situ simulation as well. We're trying to work with across NICU and PICU and general peds, because what we're finding on our neonatal unit is we have these ginormous babies who are like now 10 months old. And actually, when they arrest or they get unwell, there's a real confusion about, is this a neonate, is this a PICU? So we just did a really brilliant in-situ sim across PICU, NICU and child health with anaesthetics, etc. So we want to do more of that collaborative working. We're thinking about how we can use technology, how we can use VR technology and 360 videos to perhaps to record our simulations, so we can use them at other times when we don't have the sim lab ready, because space is at a premium at King's and it's quite difficult to get into the sim lab sometimes. We're doing some sort of wheeling around of procedural sim, so doing IO training. So on Thursday, I just had, last week, I just had a trolley and an IO gun and some fake tibias, and I just went around the wards asking nurses, doctors, healthcare assistants, medical students, whoever wanted to know, do you want to have a go at learning how to do IO? And I've done the same with lumbar punctures with some of the junior trainees. And also we're trying to incorporate safeguarding in everything we do. So you'll hear from our wonderful safeguarding colleagues this afternoon in the workshop, from Sarah and Steve, about their wonderful safeguarding day. But how do we, instead of doing safeguarding separately and doing medicine separately and all of these things, how do we bring safeguarding into all of our child health simulations? So that's something that we're working on in the future. So yeah, I'm going to steal all of your ideas, especially the AHP work that we heard about this morning, so in the future. But any questions?
I've actually got a question. I was sitting on, just going to see if anybody else had a question first. So you spoke about the faculty and expanding the faculty to kind of some of the A's and P's, or I think you specified ANPs. I just wondered whether in learning things that we've heard this morning, whether there is the opportunity to expand your faculty to represent some of the AHPs as well, with regards to then getting better AHP engagement in the actual day.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sarah and myself, as sim leads to the trust, are working on sort of reinvigorating our faculty development course. And it's really important to us that the faculty represents the people who want to come on the course. I did some work when I worked at Hillingdon as a reg years ago about, we did in-situ simulation, and we were finding it really difficult to get the nurses to join. So we would just say, right, we're doing a sim now, and then off to the drug room they would go, and they'd be and because they are massively busy. So we just wanted to think, we thought we knew what the barriers were, and we thought the barriers were time, workload, and actually we did some focus group work, and the focus groups really came out with the fact that they didn't really want to be debriefed by a doctor. So yeah, we want the faculty to represent the participants, absolutely, for sure. So we want at least, you know, we definitely don't want it to be doctor heavy. And when we think about doing, we've got people in mind already, haven't we? In terms of who would be really great to, in terms of physios and OTs to come on board. So absolutely, when we do our faculty development, that's something we're looking at.
Any other questions from the room? In that case, then, I would like to say a huge thank you and round of applause. So maybe refresh, regroup, have some refreshments, and have a bit of a lunch break. So before we break for lunch, I would hope that everybody has their agenda packs. You'll be meeting back here at 1:15 for the next keynote speaker, and then we'll be breaking up into our groups for the workshops. Okay. If you have any questions with regards to which workshop you'll be in this afternoon, please come find me and I'll be able to answer those questions. And please may I ask everybody who is doing a workshop this afternoon, faculty-wise, to stay back just for 5 minutes so I can ensure that you have your white hats. And then I just want to say a huge, huge thank you to everybody in the room and everybody who's joining us online for the energy and the contributions to this morning's session. I'm really looking forward to this afternoon, and thank you so much. Thank you all so much. Again, it really, really feels like a shame to try and dampen down the buzz in the room when this is exactly what you wanted. But we are 2 minutes over our schedule, and I'm a stickler for the schedule, so is Chris and so is Dan. So I'm going to try my hardest to keep to it. So I would like to now bring us all back into the room for our second keynote presentation, and this time from Epsom St Helier's team. I'll allow them to do their formal introductions themselves, and the same as before, guys, I'll have the times when you're running out. We'll allow a few minutes at the end for them to be briefed questions. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, my name is Jess Wadsworth and I'm the Deputy Lead for Simulation and Human Factors at Epsom St Helier.
Hi, I'm Ruth Millett and I am the Sim Manager at Epsom St Helier. Also.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jen Blair. I am an anaesthetist by background and I'm the Trust Lead for Simulation and Human Factors. Not used to doing a microphone and a fiddly thing. Right, here we go. So we're going to tell you a little story because it's after lunch and, you know, you might feel a little bit snoozy. So we thought we were going to tell you a little story about our journey. And it's just really to share with you how it worked for us. It's not necessarily to say that's how it should work. It probably isn't. But it's just to sort of say how we have experienced the road to really trying to integrate interprofessional education and simulation-based education as business as usual. So you may wonder why there is a wardrobe. So this is not Narnia, sorry to disappoint you, but it's just to highlight this is where I started when I inherited the crown of being the sim lead, that we had one sim man and he lived in a cupboard. And yeah, I'm seeing a few nods, you know, we've all been there. And, you know, the sim man came out, we operated out of a room just in the postgrad centre, nothing special. At all. So really very, very humble beginnings. And that was, I was just trying to think back, it's maybe somewhere between 10 to 12 years ago. there really wasn't much of a team initially. There was me, and there was a Sim Fellow who I think was a Darcy Fellow. I think that's how it happened at that point. And really the only simulation that I inherited was that which had been funded for foundation doctors. And that was happening, and obviously I'm an anaesthetist, so I thought I want this for my crew, you know, anaesthetists. And so I started running uni-professional simulation, you know, for anaesthetists. And then we were planning a day. We thought it would be great to do just a purely obstetric-focused day. And a couple of my mates who were midwives, I said to them, you know, would you come along? Because it would be great. And to be honest, I didn't have any expectation around that. I just had thought it might be fun. And that was really when I had my light bulb moment, because the quality of the conversation, I mean, in those days, I didn't know what I was doing with debriefing or anything like that, but the quality, even so, of the conversation we had. I'll give you an example. One of the midwives said, you know, I never knew that you actually had to wait a specific period of time to pre-oxygenate when you're doing a crash section. And the anaesthetist said, you know, I just presumed everybody knew that. And I used to get really cross when people go, come on, hurry up, you know, and it was just that lovely, rich interaction and that increase in understanding of each other, really learning from each other, that really made me think, this is what I want. You know, this is going to be my goal, because I believe that this is where we're going to make real strides and improve patient safety ultimately. So I'm going to call the next few things a series of fortunate events, really, in retrospect, because a series of things happened. There was a focus in our trust on deteriorating patients, and we had some money from what was then the litigation authority. I think that's now resolution. And we were able, out of that, to fund a Band 8A nursing post and a tech, and also to get a new sim man, which was all very exciting. And as part of that project, we created a course, which was, if I can remember this, care recognition and initial stabilization in simulation, henceforth known as Crisis. And that's is still a brand that we have. And that was our adult crisis course. So humble beginnings, but that's how we started out. And we started out from the offset of that being ideally interprofessional, that we were going to have, you know, the ward team represented on that course. But of course, that was really hard to get. Now, I'm not saying that a slightly dodgy CQC report was a fortunate event, of course, but what it did do was focus minds. And we were able, over the next year or so, to really get simulation on the map as a potential help. It's not going to be the solution, but it is part of the solution. We got our chief nurse to agree for all nurses working on wards, general wards, that this would be mandated, and went on to our electronic system for mandatory training. We had similar conversations with our director of medical education and got that made as a sort of locally mandated course for foundation. I know we now have sort of mandated numbers of simulation for foundation doctors. And also, I think as part of the buzz that we were making around this, there was, I'm going to say, a clamour. It was nearly a clamour from obstetrics and peds, because they thought, you know, let's see if we can do something similar. And that went under the Crisis banner, only working very much within those specialty areas. And that was how we started. But over time, we've learned a few things to try to keep that interprofessional relevance, and the team are going to expand on all of the detail. But just to highlight a couple of quick things, that we were very much linked to the SI panel in our trust. It was a real privilege to be able to sit and be part of that review process, because it gave us a real finger on the pulse of what was going on within the organisation. And we also, alongside, really deepened and developed our human factors and systems thinking expertise in a number of different ways, and have tried to infuse that through everything we do, which again the team will talk about. And we tried very much to position ourselves not in an educational silo, but as a sort of a department that was a responsive tool for patient safety, for operational development, for improvement, for lots of different areas within the trust. So we had that joined up thinking. And as a result, over the years, we have been able to expand our team. So that was just a little post-lunch story for you. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues who are going to take us through the next section.
Thank you very much. Okay, so through mainly Jess and Jen's very hard work over the years, then we developed a comprehensive simulation and human factors survey. And in 2022, the LSN asked for video showcasing centres. So I'm just going to quickly show you the video that we developed, which just gives a good overview of our service.
Hello, we're the team at the Elena Power Centre for Simulation and Human Factors, based at Epsom St Helier University NHS Trust. We are a multi-professional team with skills and experience covering many aspects of nursing, acute medicine, psychiatry and media production. We are an ASPE accredited organisation and provide a wide range of mostly multi-professional simulation-based education courses for substantive staff, foundation doctors and medical students. We incorporate human factors into course design and learning objectives and facilitate debrief discussions to explore aspects of system and human performance whilst promoting staff well-being. We are a small but busy department and have a large area which can be used to represent a number of inpatient and community environments, such as a ward, anaesthetic room, theatre, clinic, home scene, and many more. We believe fidelity is critical in helping participants engage with the learning and suspend disbelief. Therefore, all our scenarios are co-constructed with the relevant professions and specialists to ensure that high levels of sociological and psychological fidelity prevail. To enhance the physical fidelity, we use a number of audio and visual props, including soundscapes, moulage, wigs, and other artefacts that bring our characters to life. Like many simulation centres, we have grappled with sustainability, but have found our co-director model to be highly effective. For each speciality course, we have 2 directors, one from each of the dominant professions in that area. They work together alongside the simulation team to design and deliver regular courses and recruit course participants from their retrospective professions. We believe this model of collaborative working further promotes interprofessional learning and transfer of new skills and knowledge into clinical practice. We use the Diamond debrief model that encourages co-debriefing, which further enhances interprofessional learning and allows a focus on the human factor issues that may come up within the scenario and debrief. Here at the Elena Power Centre for Simulation and Human Factors, we act as a responsive tool and adapt our training and education to meet the emergent needs of our trust. Over the course of COVID, we have flexibly changed our output, creating targeted courses and new systems of work in the areas of critical care, acute medicine, relative communication and staff well-being. Patient safety is at the heart of what we do, and we continually strive to change cultures and improve conditions for patients and staff. Having made an internationally utilised video highlighting the impact of incivility in the workplace. This video is on the NHS Learning Hub and can be used by other trusts as an educational tool. We were also invited to promote this on national radio. As a centre that focuses on human factors, we are involved in integrating the National Patient Safety Framework and syllabus into our trust. We have taken the national framework and developed this further using Health Education England's vision for immersive technology to create our very own safety synergy hub and spoke model. This model, with Sim at the hub, spokes into other services in the areas of patient safety, quality and patient experience to embed new ways of working that optimise systems and human performance as well as staff well-being. Most recently, we were asked to present our ideas and a recent case study both at the London Simulation Network Patient Safety Symposium and the National Patient Safety Specialist meeting hosted by Aidan Fowler, the national lead. We are passionate about what we do and hope that 2022 will present more opportunities for us to collaborate both locally and across the London Simulation Network. Our door is always open. If anyone ever wants to speak with us or visit us at Epsom, you're more than welcome.
Okay, that's a video. A lot of the aspects of that video are still very, very relevant today, but 2022 does feel like quite a long time ago now. So I'm just going to take you through a bit of our service as it stands at the moment, and that's with a focus on the interprofessional aspects of the service. So just a quick recap by what we mean by interprofessional education. So not just where professions come together to learn with each other, but also learning from and across each other. And really the most important part of our service in terms of delivering interprofessional education is our interprofessional faculty. We've been very lucky in terms of being able to recruit a core interprofessional faculty, and we've got various members of staff on that faculty. But we also rely heavily on our extended interprofessional faculty as well. We recently went through the people that we have on our interprofessional extended faculty, and there's more than 50 of them, which we thought was really amazing. And that includes doctors, nurses and PAs, and also various allied health professionals. So we've got physios, we've got ODPs, and also a social worker who I'm very sorry to her in her absence. I forgot to put her on the slide. And these staff work with us on our specialty courses, and we couldn't deliver our range of specialty courses without these faculty. The other thing about having extended interprofessional faculty coming into work with our service is that they then take these simulation skills and human factors knowledge back out into clinical as well. So it really sort of spreads the ethos of our service into clinical areas as well. So we deliver a range of interprofessional courses with our interprofessional faculty, and most of those are banded under our crisis banner. So Jen's mentioned adult crisis and paediatrics and obstetrics. We also have neonates, and we run courses for ED and critical care as well. And you can see we run quite a large volume of these courses. And participant numbers for these courses range from around sort of 12 to some of our bigger obstetric courses are around 25 participants. Participants come from different professional groups. Now, these are all full-day courses, and the majority of our participants are either nurses or midwives, as you can see from the graphic there. Healthcare assistants come in fairly close as well, and those are the groups that are mandated to attend at various intervals. Junior doctors are also a big part of our attendees as well, and that's ranging from our very junior doctors to our more experienced junior doctors, so we've got a full range. And allied health professionals come in there as well. We've had participants who are physios and ODPs, they're the most common participants, but we've also had occupational therapists, and we've had radiographers to our courses as well, and we're constantly trying to find ways to get more allied health professionals involved, so there might be some conversations we need to have with some of you from your previous presentations about that. Outside of crisis, we ran 84 courses in the last year, and that's 750 learners. But we also run a range of other courses as well, including anaesthetics, end of life, transfer, and various in-situ courses. So in-situ runs across medicine and theatres and recovery and critical care as well. So we've got good inroads into lots of different areas and lots of different interests from new areas. So how do we do this? So I'll touch on a couple of these to start with. So induction training and supervision for new faculty is really important to us, and we make sure that we implement sort of an interprofessional approach to training our new faculty. So all of us get involved in training for new faculty. We have a standardised course format which helps as well. It means that we're not reinventing the wheel for each new course, and our faculty can work across multiple courses as well, which makes things very flexible. I'm going to come back to the scenario template and the technical teaching pro forma, but we rely heavily during our courses on interprofessional role modelling. So that comes through most strongly in co-debriefing during our courses, and really helps participants to engage with each other when they see us working so closely together. We use a diamond debrief, which values all perspectives on human factors, but we're also in the process of formalising a systems-based diamond debriefing tool, which takes the focus off individuals or individual professions, and really gets our participants thinking about how they can work together within their system. So the SEEP scenario template that I mentioned, this has been really helpful to us in terms of promoting interprofessional learning. So this is a shared template that we collaborate on across the faculty, so everyone uses the same document. It includes all aspects of our scenario, and it's based on the SEEPS model, so Systems Engineering Initiative for Patient Safety. So it really incorporates human factors. And you can see the 6 entities, well, you can't see them very clearly. We can share these with you. 6 entities of the SEEPS work system. So we really incorporate a systems-based approach. And we also put our learners at the centre, so we capture our learners very quickly, and that helps us to develop our shared learning outcomes as well. It also goes through the technical setup and also the scenario progression. We make lots of adaptations to our scenarios depending on who our learners are. So that's really important in that. This is one of our scenarios in practice. It's an ED crisis course, and we run 3 patients at a time in this course. And you can see from the pictures about the candidates working together to navigate their work system and deal with all their patients. This is our technical teach pro forma, and we rely quite heavily on external faculty to deliver clinical teaching in our debriefs. And we were finding that it was quite variable as to whether this supported interprofessional learning. Some faculty were really speaking to their own profession and really ignoring the others. So this technical teach pro forma has helped us to provide guidance for them. It's got guidance on one side, space for notes on the other side, and is built around these key principles. And we've really found that we have increased the quality of our clinical teaching as a result of introducing this. So what do our learners think? So again, we collect post-course data, which I'm assuming that most of you guys do from seeing previous presentations. And we find that our participants really value the courses and they're very keen to attend further simulation. This is one of our favourite quotes that we've had from one of our post-course surveys. We use this quite a lot. But this was from one of our ED crisis participants. So that's just a quick overview of our service as it stands at the moment, and I'm going to hand over to Jess to talk about how we make this work.
So just to sort of round up the session, finish off, really thinking about how do we make interprofessional education work. And as you can see from Jen's story, it's not been easy. It's really been quite a journey, and we're still on that journey as well. So I think it can be helpful for us to think about this under Alport's intergroup contact theory, which is really where he recommends we take on board a specific number of conditions that can help us create the right kind of environment to reduce stereotypes, reduce hostilities, and really sort of help us perhaps with those negative attitudes that we might have, maybe not so much these days, but still might be kind of entrenched in different professions and how we might view and see each other. So we're going to go through these and think about these in the context of the simulation service. So probably the most important thing really is the institutional support. And this is critical to make IP work. And actually, we know that IP can't really exist on just a couple of people being really enthusiastic and wanting to make it happen. We have to have it driven through the organisation. And we have found that we have done this by really demonstrating our value, by linking to national priorities. So, for example, PSERF, as we all know, is now becoming embedded. And uses seats as its main theory. And so we have interwoven that through all of our courses so that we have this kind of bottom-up understanding of PSERF and taking that systems-based approach, as well as the actual piece of itself, the investigations, the after-action reviews. and really linking to other trust priorities as well. So for example, our trust at the moment has the big five, and one of those is psychological safety and civility. And as you saw from our video, we've been doing quite a lot of work around civility, and we build that video into some of our courses and we talk about it, and we certainly discuss the importance of clinical psychological safety within debriefs as well. And so all of this really demonstrates the trust, the value of the learning that happens within SIM. And I think that that can really be evidenced by the fact that we have been supported with a substantive core faculty, and also the mandated training as well, which kind of shows that we have that sort of value cycle where they've seen what we have done and achieved and have helped us to continue on that path. Innovative faculty recruitment. So as Ruth also demonstrated, we've got over 50 extended faculty, and we've been very creative and worked really hard to try and think, how can we get people on board? And we have embedded secondments with the nursing team. Our paediatric consultant has simulation built into their job plan. We have a physician's associate who uses their CPD time, and also a nurse as well, who come and help us on a monthly basis. So there's lots and lots of different opportunities that we have. And I think this is probably one of the most creative, is that we have a psychiatry trainee who comes and uses their specialist interest time and comes to us once a week. In fact, we've got two. So obviously the word's got out that it's a good thing to do. But, you know, we just try and think of imaginative ways of how to build that kind of sustainability, but also to have our reach far and wide across different professions and disciplines as well. And then the other important factor and institutional support is around improving accessibility. And as we know, the way that education is funded within healthcare isn't very equal. And quite often within simulation, we find that perhaps medical staff have funded training, and then maybe nursing staff and other professions might be asked to join in. And we know that that doesn't really give the right impression around value and how we value our staff. And so we've done some work looking at our service through the lens of equality, diversity and inclusion. And although we have our mandatory training and people come to our crisis courses, we still sort of noticed that we weren't really getting that equality. And so Ruth has been working very hard with the organisational development team to really look at the sort of the data matrix, the ESR matrix, to think about, are we getting the right people? Are we using our resource effectively? Are we sort of getting accessibility to the right kind of teams and levels of experience as well? So that's been another piece of work. Equal status, and we think that actually by having a systems-based approach, human factors, really taking the onus off. It's not all about the individual and their behaviour, but it's really about how people interact with each other and that wider system around them. Makes a really good neutral learning aim and objective. And as Ruth alluded to, all of our scenarios really have that interprofessional design. And you know, myself as a nurse, I cannot assume that I know how physio works. I don't know the kind of cultural nuances around how they work, or their kind of professional pedagogies. And so we make sure that we have lots of different professions, if they're involved in our scenarios, actively engaging, writing those scenarios, or at the very least checking them and making sure that, yes, that does resonate with me. That's what somebody in my role would do. And that's really important. And then the debrief model. So I think Ruth again looked into this, but the systems focused debrief, again, it takes that onus away from the individual and isolated behaviours and actions, and really gets us to think broadly about how they, you know, use the world around them, how they interact, what helps them to work well, what hinders them to work. And that can be really interesting when it comes to those interprofessional discussions. Ruth discussed about the co-debriefing. And I think as a debriefer, when you are debriefing an interprofessional team, you really do have to be quite dynamic, don't you? You quite often have to sort of dance with a debrief and capture this and bring it over here and manage that. And I think that's a very important thing as well, about maintaining that equal status, making sure it's not just one profession or one person or one level of seniority, owning all the conversation that's shared, and we really manage to facilitate that in an equal way. And thinking about our own kind of professional neutrality as well, which can be really difficult because, of course, we know we all have our default gazes. Mine as a nurse means I'm always going to see the world in that sort of socialised nursing way. But it's helpful for us, I suppose, to always reflect on that and think about what about the AHPs, what about the doctors, and we're constantly reminding ourselves of that when we're debriefing. And then it's about evaluating. So Ruth alluded to some of the data that shows that people consistently rate really highly that they become more aware of interprofessional learning, that they want to come back and do simulation again, and they feel really safe to speak up. And we think that that speaks volumes, but we're always evaluating, refining, and making sure that we're sort of maintaining that equitable status as much as we can. And then working together in a non-competitive environment is another one of the sort of factors that really help us. And certainly at our simulation centre, we do not have any assessment at all. So it's really clear to anybody, any staff member that comes to our sessions, they are there to learn. They are not there to have a pass or a fail or to get individualised feedback on their performance. It really is about coming together as a team, working together and really thinking about that, the complexities of healthcare and how we all need to rely on each other. We also think about the sort of fidelity of the scenarios as well, thinking about that sociological fidelity. So making sure that the right people are in that team when we're running that scenario, that it feels real, it's authentic, and they're able to kind of escalate or speak to the appropriate people in that team. So that scenario design is really important, that working together element. And then also within our debriefs, we very quickly encourage reflection on the real world. So yes, of course, the scenario happens and we do talk about the scenario, but we do not forensically sort of pick that apart, but we actually use it as a way to reflect out to the real world and ask people, what's it like for you? Actually, how has it worked before when you managed this situation? How did you manage to escalate to the doctor? Or how did you manage to, find the critical care outreach team or whatever it happens to be? And we find that that really reduces the level of anxiety and sort of defensive behaviours and possibly the sort of self-flagellation that happens by really quickly reflecting out onto real practice. And then lastly, it's around relying on each other to sort of reach a common goal. And the common goal with our simulation, yes, it's based around deteriorating patients, but what we really want people to understand is that we work in a complex socio-technical adaptive system. And that's really hard. And actually, it's not always just about them and what they do as an individual, but it's about how we all come together and how we interact with the world around us. And we actually found that can really help lift some of the blame that people feel, where they think it's all about them or what they did, really help lift some of that blame and so they can understand that there's a lot more complexity to what happens. And also thinking about psychological safety. So Amy Evanson, the godmother of psychological safety, says that, if you have that kind of interdependence and that uncertainty, well, we've certainly got a lot of uncertainty because we work in a complex system, but we have a lot of interdependence because we have, I think, the first keynote speaker, he said there was over 100 AHPs roles. We have so much interdependence, we have so many different roles. And if you think just about a simple task that you might do, that might take maybe 1 or 2 or 3 professions to do different aspects of that task. And so we have to have that kind of psychological safety, not just within SIM, but also the psychological safety for people to say, actually, in the real world, it's really hard. Actually, in the real world, I do this. I know I'm not supposed to, but I don't have a choice. And that's what we're really trying to encourage as well. Because ultimately, the kind of shared goal is patient safety. That's the big umbrella that sits over the top of simulation, of IPE, of human factors. So all of these things coming together, we think have really helped us to sort of be able to be in a place where we are right now. And we hope that by sharing these with you, it may inspire you or not to think about what you might be able to do as well to get more IP into your simulation centres. It does feel like a lot of hard work, doesn't it, putting IP into practice, but we think that it really is worth it for the richness of learning and that coming together that happens. So thank you very much. Our friend Jerry says, are there any questions?
Thanks for letting me go first. I was just wondering, one of the things that you really got to me was when you said about having it, test free. Whereas within a university, obviously, a lot of our sim involves tests. So I'm just kind of wondering what your thoughts are on that when you say that reduces a lot of the stress.
So we work mostly with substantive postgraduate staff. So I think that perhaps that's something that we haven't really got across as much, that we've really been freed up to take that stance and to make it just about learning and not about testing. And having seen people come to our door thinking they might be on an ALS or something and being, really shaky and nervous, to suddenly realising actually it's not about that at all. You see the difference, and we know that people feel very stressed about those sort of tests and assessments.
Good thought.
We go to Beth first, and I'll come to the back. Ladies first.
Oh, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. Wonderful talk. And well, I think we've had these conversations before. Your philosophy completely resonates with me. The whole systems focus, debriefing, and the psychological safety, in order to surface the honest conversations about the real challenges of working in the modern day healthcare that we are facing. And yes, there are unsafe acts occurring, but not because of the individual, but because of the systems within which they are having to work, the limitations of those systems. So my question to you is, when that surfaces, because I think it's great that you get the environment for that to surface, and I heard what you said, Jen, that you are part of the SI group and things. So I'm just wondering, how does that link go back to the organisation? Because these people want to be heard, and we hear them, but then I don't know what to do about that, and I'd love to know what you guys do about that. Thank you.
So I'm not going to pretend we've got this completely licked, but I will share with you what we're trying. So I'm going to give you a bit of a funny thing. It's called the SEEP sweep, and what we are inclined to do is, at the end of the course, it actually started with our ED crisis course, was the first one that did this, that we have a conversation amongst faculty for the things that have been brought up that might have a resonance for management leads, etc., in that area, and then we sort of sweep that up and feed that back in an anonymous way. I don't know, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Or
yeah, just that I think it's actually really been really effective, particularly because with our co-director model, quite often we have quite senior people that work within, let's say, for example, ED, so you have the medical director, the practice development nurse, and so they're also able to not only feed that back to other senior staff, but also to give us feedback that they've made changes. So there was one, it came up that there was quite a confusion over roles and responsibilities, lots of different staff, there's lots of locally employed doctors as well, lots of PAs. And people were quite confused, and so actually they decided to have different coloured scrubs. They bought some new lanyards, some new badges, all in response to the feedback that came through simulation. So it's really nice for us as well to think, actually, this is making a difference. And something else just to mention about freedom to speak up as well. We have quite strong links with them. So I will meet with them on maybe on a quarterly basis, and I'll understand what the themes are that they are getting from their sort of interactions with staff. And I can sort of confirm, say, oh, yes, that's something we've noticed, or I can say, actually, quite a lot of sim courses, people are saying that, they really are stretched, there just aren't enough staff, they've raised concerns. And so it's a kind of two-way feedback mechanism.
Just bringing the mic around.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting. Really want to tap into the instability stuff. I'm a bit biased because I'm working on a dignity at work project as part of an HMC at the moment, looking at educational interventions. I wondered, in terms of how did you identify which themes to use? If I've understood correctly, when you constructed your instability scenarios, and based on what evidence?
Yeah, sorry. So the instability is actually a video that we made. Yes,
so the Learning Hub, which I've
yeah. So we linked with Dr. Chris Turner from Disability Saves Lives, and actually we noticed that a lot of the research was very professional. And if you look at the videos that are out there, they're very American, white coats. And so we obviously spoke with Chris and we looked at the literature, and we decided to make something that felt more multi-professional and really leads. So I don't know if you've watched it, but it sort of has a kind of vignette of a junior doctor who has sort of quite civil interactions and how that passes on then to the patient and so on. But the thing that sometimes gets missed with this video, that actually it's not really about the incivility, it's about trying to flip that and think about it from a systems-based perspective. So it's not that people go out to be uncivil, it's why, is it because they've just been told that they have to go back to theatre and finish something, or there's a time pressure? And so the other side of the film and the teaching that we do is to get people to think about something called active kindness, which is actually how can we design things like rotas in a kinder way to support people's time and workload and sort of a work-life balance, or how can we make sure that people get breaks, those kind of things that might help reduce incivility.
Do you run this as a course at Epsom, or is it just for people to watch?
So we just incorporate it into our the adult crisis course. So we'll show our video, which is 15 minutes. We put them into groups, they talk about it for like 5 to 10 minutes, and then we come back and we have a bit of sort of discussion, and we try to move people away from the incivility, because that's all people want to talk about, and really focus on, well, what can we do? What can we try and build into the work system to make things a bit easier?
Would you be happy for external observers? Yeah, to go along.
Yeah.
And it just sounds really interesting to see how you put it into play, because it seems like civility is quite difficult to. It's nothing to grasp onto, but if you're looking at it, exactly like you said, in terms of the systems, and that effect on the human effect of that I can get. So
with the video is free to use anyone. It's on YouTube, but also there's a teaching tool that we've made. So if people do want to use it, let us know and we can share that with you.
Okay, I'm coming to you, Dan, as the last question.
Thank you. I'll echo what Beth said. It's wonderful to hear an ethos and a philosophy underpinning interprofessional simulation that echoes so closely to what we do. I wonder how much time we spent in partnership devising that, or if it happened in silo.
She's had to put up with us for quite a long time.
My question is around that ethos, and it's around. I see that you've got these courses are mandated, and what a brilliant tool that can be, particularly for protecting time for people. Particularly, I have found in our interprofessional work, nurses who have a tendency to be pulled off due to what's the tendency? Clinical need.
Desperation.
Yeah. Oh.
There's no one else.
But that is a double-edged sword in my mind, because I'm thinking now around the underpinning educational theory that you've highlighted, and I'm thinking about those learners and about simulation being what I consider to be a modality of consent. It's not a passive experience; it's an active experience, and those learners are effectively through that mandating, marched in there. And what safeguards do you have in place? But for those learners who, for one reason or another, previous trauma, etc., do not want to do sim but are mandated to be there?
So we're quite mindful of psychological safety within our service, and we had quite a lot of discussions within our team over the last year about the potential for sim to be traumatizing for participants. So we are very mindful of that, and some of our participants are very open with us that they are not keen around sim. Midwives in particular, I'm not sure if there's any midwives in the room, but yeah, we tend to have more people in our courses than we'll get into a scenario anyway. So we use our introduction really to sort of get staff talking and really sort of open up about any concerns that they might have, and also, while we're talking about human factors and while we're doing our sim introduction, so we can really kind of pick up on those learners who are maybe a bit more nervous. We also do give learners the opportunity to come and speak to us before sims start. So we give them a range of what scenarios could include in terms of patient presentations, and we give those learners the opportunity to come to us and say, look, I really don't think I and do a scenario today. And we know that from the evidence that observing is just as valuable learning, so we don't necessarily put everybody in the simulation. We also have quite robust unwritten measures, but if we do have progress, yes, but if we do have participants who are upset during simulation, they're very welcome to leave or stay depending on what they feel is going to be best for them, and a member of faculty will go to support them with whatever decision they make if they do find the simulation traumatizing. Don't know if it's anything.
I think it's sort of just building on what Ruth's saying. We're building a kind of traffic light system so that if somebody does become upset, you know, we can sort of work out what the best way to support them is, because we're also very conscious that sim isn't therapy. We're not counselling. We're not there to solve everybody's problems. And so it's about knowing how to refer people on when they need to speak to their line manager or educational supervisor or other. So
it's usually not about sim, isn't it? It's usually about something else. That's
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. There was no questions from the online attendees, but there was real encouragement and thanks, and this is inspiring. So thank you very much. Okay, as per our agenda, we have another break now, and this is so we can get into our groups and collapse rooms, etc. So can I just, as a quick show of hands, does anybody not know which group they are in for this afternoon? Lovely.
How do I find out?
Lovely. Anybody who does not know, then just meet me at the front and I will tell you exactly which group you're in and give you your pack. Okay? That's within the pack. There's no. You'll also notice within the pack that there is a flyer with QR codes. I've just checked for the panel discussion this afternoon. We have a couple of questions through, but if you have any questions you would like to be posed to the panel, then please pop them in the QR code, okay? We're going to break for 15 minutes. So at 2:15, you'll be going into your workshop groups, which should be allocated in your packs. Okay? Okay? I'm seeing the nods. Okay. All right then. Anybody who has any questions, meet me at the front and I'll go through with you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. If you hadn't had enough of listening to me talk, then still more to come. I'm lucky there's still more to come. Welcome to our workshop. I will reintroduce myself. My name is Daniel Pashu. I'm the clinical simulation facilitator here at UCLH Simulation Centre.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm the simulation fellow here at UCLH.
Can I just check? We've decided not to use the microphones because there's a second so can everyone hear that? Okay, fantastic. Good. Welcome to our workshop, which we've entitled, but in real life we wouldn't do that, or how we solve the make problem. That phrase, does that phrase resonate with anyone? Yeah. We tend to hear it most often, or I speaking for myself, I tend to hear it most often in our debriefs, our reflective conversations that we have after simulation-based activity. And there's two factors, I think, to that phrase. Whenever I hear it, in part, it can be defensive reasoning. It can be the first kind of barrier of defense when exploring human performance in a simulated environment. But then also there's the side to us as the providers of the simulated experience. And there is an indicator in there, a slight flag, that perhaps we failed to do what we initially set out to do, which is to provide a resemblance of real clinical practice. So just to take you back a little bit, and common phrase, what's your problem? And in this, I hope that no one takes that offensively, but we want you to reflect for yourselves on the simulations that you provide, and perhaps the times where you've heard that phrase. And reflect on that, and towards the end of this talk, me and Matt are going to facilitate some discussions around what you think the problems are in simulation centres and your own simulation scenarios that you might deliver. Our problem, and the problem that we zeroed in on, we've dubbed the paper note problem. Now, the paper note problem is that we have had paper notes in our simulation centre for a very, very long time. And time again, we tried different excuses. We'd say things like, oh, well, Epic, which is the EPR that we use, Epic is down today, and we're simulating downtime. But at the end of the day, what it was is that we hadn't found an effective means to simulate our EPR, and paper notes were just easier. They're easier to update. You know, we've got our laminates, they're all there neatly in our little folder at the back of our control room, and we could just hand those out to facilitate a simulation.
And this is something that we recognised as a problem that we wanted to solve. We wanted to find a solution, and that came from participant feedback in our simulations, but also from specific practice as well. And we started by thinking about external solutions that already existed. And what we wanted to do was to improve the fidelity of our scenarios to fix that problem. And we considered a whole bunch over quite a long time. I understand it was at least several months, if not more than a year. And we thought about what the pros and cons of each of those were. And a couple of recurring themes was with regard to financial cost to acquire an existing solution, and that a lot of pre-existing solutions were quite complex, lots of different aspects to the software, for example, that we noted, and also the fact that it was quite hard to change, quite hard to make it into the sort of thing that we would want to provide for our simulations, and therefore, challenging to deploy. And through that process, that prompted us, I guess, to ask ourselves more seriously, well, what is it that we really need? And perhaps, we're seeing that there are some trade-offs with the existing solutions. What could we do to solve this problem with the resources that we have available to us?
We started to think about what we needed. What would be the ideal kind of semblance of EPR in comparison to some of the ones that we've used or experimented with? And we realised that we needed something that was robust. I mean, it couldn't be something that breaks in the middle of a scenario. That'd be no good. It needed to be something that had a certain semblance, a certain fidelity, a certain truth to something that we would use in the clinical environment. We wanted something that was there, was present, did the job so that participants could find the results they needed, look up for historical notes, escalation status, all of the kind of stuff that we would use, that our participants would usually dive into the paper notes for. But at the same time, we didn't want it to become a distraction and overly kind of consuming to the overall scenario. It should be something that's seamless in the same way that EPR is now kind of seamlessly integrated into normal clinical practice. Had to be affordable. I don't think I need to go there with how difficult it can be to obtain funding for educational resources. Finally, something that required minimal orientation, and with that, the other thing I put on there is system agnostic, required minimal orientation because one of the ways we could have achieved this essentially is we could have gone with a one-to-one replica, or even something that we experimented with was around building up our own virtual hospital in Epic, the EPR that we use. And that would, in a sense, require minimal orientation because all the people within the hospital, they already use Epic. Here's some more Epic patients. But for our centre, we do have quite a lot of people coming in from other trusts and other places where they would use different EPRs, Cerner or other products are available. And so we realised that for something that we were truly going to utilise universally in all of our courses, it needed to be something that was system agnostic, that was a replica of an EPR, but not too closely matched in features to any specific EPR.
So what we did was we looked at the resources that we had available to us, and we asked ourselves, well, how can we create this? Can we make it for ourselves? And we decided to give it a go. And we naturally gravitated towards the Microsoft 365 platform as a place to start, because we use it all the time at work, and we know that a lot of other people use it. And Excel ended up being that overlap in the Venn diagram between a piece of software where you can create something that's interactive, but also not so complicated you need a degree in software engineering to be able to make it. So we decided to give it a go, and we'd both heard of Visual Basic and Macros, which is the sort of interactive extension of Excel. And we just went on this journey of creation and watched a lot of YouTube videos and delved into the very extensive Excel forum guides. If any of you are interested, there's
even an international championship of Excel.
Yeah, well, the Excel love is strong in the world. Anyway, we just went down this journey, started to make something that reflected those needs that we mentioned before, and we just went round and round. We iterated, we tried it, we reviewed it, crash tested it, and through that, actually, there was an emerging philosophy around the design of this scenario that relates to those needs that I mentioned before.
So back home, a little bit about me. I've got a son. He's 14 months old, and he is obsessed with remote controls. Loves them. I don't know if anyone else has children, but for some reason they really pick up on that, or they pick up that dad's really interested in remote controls, and so they want to replicate. Maybe there's something there. And so we adopted this, what we have dubbed the Fisher-Price approach, because what we realised is underpinned by the ethos that we've outlined before about what we needed, is we needed something that at surface level had all of the buttons, at least in the right kind of places, a semblance of where the buttons were. You know, a big button that says notes, a big button that says drug chart. Needed those. Under the hood, the underpinning philosophy from all of the EPRs that we've worked with in clinical practice, of course, there's huge concerns, things around, safety. Prescriptions have to always go in the right place. There's got to be a formulary. You can't allow people to make the wrong prescription. It's almost like in the clinical environment, it's unsafe to make mistakes. But of course, we work in an environment where it is safe to make mistakes. It didn't need all of the singing and dancing features underneath that a real EPR would require. So this is what we went for, the Fisher-Price approach.
And alongside that, we thought about the educational theory that might underpin that, and asked ourselves some questions about fidelity, because ultimately what we were doing is trying to alter the fidelity of our simulations. And some of the things that came out of that reading and discussing is that notion that more fidelity doesn't necessarily equate to learning all the time. Sometimes it does, and that fidelity is multivariate. You can have physical fidelity, functional fidelity. We've had sociological fidelity, all sorts. Yeah, and so we asked ourselves, okay, well, what kind of fidelity are we going to try and improve, and how can we focus it so as to not have additional fidelity that could act as a distraction? And we considered our sims, and I think we agreed that a big focus of our sims relates to cognitive skills and developing cognitive skills in our learners. And so we asked, well, how could we improve cognitive fidelity? And this is an image from an interesting an article by a think tank called Shadowbox that I guess tries to demonstrate that. So you can see the image on the right has a high physical fidelity, and the one on the left arguably has a lower physical fidelity but a higher cognitive fidelity. So this is in the context of the military. This is a naval training exercise, and in elevating the cognitive fidelity, the argument is that you're asking, to what extent does this resource encourage or prompt the learner to think in the way that they would in real life? And with regard to strategy or decision making, and seeing the relationships between different influencing factors, actually reducing the physical or apparent fidelity and elevating those relationships can sometimes help, we think, or at least that was the philosophy that we developed. So we gave it, so we made it, we rolled it out and trialed it with some of our learners, and this is some of the feedback that we received. On the whole, positive, and relating to the fact that it enabled them to incorporate that part of their clinical practice into the simulation scenarios. And I think that we've noticed as faculty as well that now medical record keeping is part of the debriefs. And we've discussed SEEPs already today. That's certainly become a feature with how do you utilize your tools and technology in an acute scenario, for example.
Speaking to the feedback, one of the biggest pieces of feedback we've taken from it, which is actually the feedback that we've not received. by and large, I mean, this was all prompted feedback. This is when we started including explicit questions saying, what do you think of the simulated EPR? Without this prompting, and actually there was a time where we thought we put it in and we hadn't. It was a fortunate mistake. Our learners just simply didn't talk about it. We no longer heard that statement. No, we wouldn't do that in real life.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to show it to you. So we'll do a demo now. And so excuse us whilst we just do a bit of technological adjusting.
You can share screen on Teams.
Yeah.
You're all good. Yeah. So the idea is, so we're looking at this from the perspective of simulationists. We're setting up a new scenario. So it works from here. You start off with this setup screen, and Matt's going to start setting up a patient for the first time. So for a lot of us, we've already got some blurb sort of pre-written somewhere. We've kept one to the side there in a Word document of some different details. But we'd enter everything for John Doe here, MRN. You get the idea, but for time's sake, we might not populate all of these things, but you get the idea.
I'll just put the resource status.
Cool. And then from there, we can add a note. We can add multiple notes for history, different things, different entries.
I'll just copy and paste an existing clerking. A sec.
And you can copy and paste a bunch in there. 8 times, you get the idea. You can fully populate a drug chart. You can do either PRN, stat medication prescriptions that are already pre-populated.
So let's just
put in regular prescriptions.
Let's just do hemoglobin, sodium, potassium.
You can put in any number of blood results as well. So they're all preset, preloaded for people as they go into the scenario. So anything that you might have in your paper notes. Not too poorly. And then from there, there's drug charts, pre-prescribed stuff. We've done results. We've done a note.
So you can add a blood gas here, for example, or any additional point of care test. Vital signs is a place to put vital signs as well, and to prescribe and then administer, which will come to.
Yeah. So if you click Start now, that takes us to the screen. So this is what your simulation users would see. Sorry, I haven't introduced it actually. The name of our thing in playful jab with Epic was called our Super, which is the simulation user patient electronic record. So this is our Super screen. And from there, so this is the interface we're talking about. And again, thinking back to the design philosophy we had, it is a very, very simplified format there. You can see there's the buttons up the top to get to where you need to go. So if we had a look at the note that Matt entered before, or actually I'll jog around.
Yeah, so exactly. So you can navigate with those buttons at the top, and you can see here that there's the medical clerking that we created, and the title is in this button, and then a new window shows up with populating. You can just close that, and you can see on the left there are additional notes that you can add. And at the top, there's a button for you to open a new note. So if you click on that, excuse that. Sorry, so a bug in the code control. Urgently this afternoon. Let's go to the MAR. So this is our drug chart. We have two parts. We have the regular drug chart, and then a stat drug chart as well, and that enables us to prescribe medication that you might want, say, a regular medication as part of the scenario that's pre-populated. But we also might want our participants to prescribe an emergency stat medication during a scenario, and this is a fairly simple piece of software to, so you can populate a prescription, and then do you want to administer it as well? So if you click administer, you can then see that there are those two lots of 4 medications. So under stat, you can then record that administration of that medication. This is, it is different to, it is system agnostic, and it's not the way that, for example, prescriptions are done on Epic, but it's sufficiently simple and replicative of the prescribing process, I think, that our participants find useful. And then here you can see the information that we just populated. So yeah, blood test results, and you can add more. If we populated the point of care test, those would have showed up. And then Vital Science, do you want to add some more? So, yeah, sure. This can be used by the doctors or prescribers in the scenario, but also by nurses and healthcare assistants that might want to record, for example, observations. And one thing that we don't have yet that we're keen to do is for this to spit out the news as well, so you can have an automatic news number.
It's my old school ways. I can't just leave one vital sign unpopulated because then it wouldn't be right.
And then just, do you want to go to imaging as well? So, and then there's also, this is, because it's an Excel spreadsheet, you can just populate it with JPEGs and pictures and stuff. So, for example, we just put a chest X-ray image up there to demonstrate that you can include ECGs or chest X-rays rather simply as well. And if you, for whatever reason, if you wanted to go back to the setup page, you can do. There's a little button on the top right that says setup, and that will take you back to the home page where you can add more information from there too. And one thing just to say as well is this can operate as a live document. So here you have the setup interface and our end user interface for our participants, and you can have the end user interface on a computer in the Sim suite, and in the control room you can have the same document open from the setup view, so that, for example, if you want a blood test result to appear, you can change it dynamically, and then it will automatically sync across. So that's an additional function that we're just leveraging the live document capability of Excel. Excellent. That's it. That's our resource. This is what we've been talking about that we've created. And so if we switch, let's go back now. Yeah, if you want to go, and yeah, just reshare on. Oh yeah. Yeah. Great. So, you can talk first.
Yeah. So we are all about sharing here at UCLH and sharing learning. If you want this, it's yours. Email us. You can have it. We don't provide tech support.
So which is really true, because I think we've found that this really is just something that we've created based on these new skills that we've acquired, and so we won't necessarily be able to answer the questions that you have. But what I would say is we'd encourage you to take this approach yourselves as well, and I think that we're not au fait with Excel in a detailed way, and so actually it's an encouragement, I think, to you guys that it is possible to kind of craft your own solutions to these problems as well. So but yes, please do use it. Just email us, and then we'll send it to you, and we'll continue to iterate and update it, and we'll happily send you the most up-to-date version if you find it useful. It's there for you. Right, there's more. Right. So now let's open this door. So at the beginning of the workshop, Dan asked you, well, what's your problem? And we've shared how we've found a problem of ours and tried to utilize our resources and imagination to come up with a solution to that. Now, we're all simulationists here, and we probably have all sorts of problems in common. And so why don't we take three or 4 minutes to just chat with each other in small groups. Okay, let's take 2 minutes. And what are those problems? And then, and money is not always the answer, although sometimes it can be. And what kind of sustainable solutions can you think of to those problems? So let's check back in with you in a couple of minutes. Yeah. Very good. Yes. It works.
Are you joining us?
Yeah.
Which is probably a lot. So this is very interesting.
We marched down that road quite far
Yeah,
before we backed it. It involved at one point I was going to become an accredited EPIC developer, and I started on that pathway. We made the decision that we made down that ethos. Now you may have different motivators and different drivers, but it was something that we pursued initially and then steered away from.
I can see many advantages to your. I think with the medical students, you might as well have a carrier pigeon come into the room with a paper. It's so old-fashioned at the moment. You've got to move forward and electronically.
Anything would be better than that.
Yeah.
If EPR in particular is your problem, or if that's resonating, so what was your name?
Sorry.
What was your name?
Dorothy.
If that's resonating with you, there's a chap here, Paul. And he's actually doing a lot of work and speaking to a lot of different centres about their solution to EPR. Some people have followed our route, some have followed others. There's a very popular private solution as well. So there are other things. We're by no means saying that ours is the best, but it is the freest. Oh, yeah, good. Yeah.
Yeah, we had the same problem, and we looked for a solution in PowerPoint where you do links and it opens up the PowerPoint slide. But I was just saying it was very problematic because if the learners didn't know how to use the links, or they clicked anywhere that wasn't a link, they'd end up pressing through PowerPoint and then in random pages.
The indestructibility of the EPR is really important. We've also realised, and that's something that, at the moment, you may have noticed on our demo that it is possible to actually interact with it as a spreadsheet. But our intention is to actually remove that so that you cannot, if you can click wherever you like, and it won't change any data apart from the link, preordained links.
On this, what we've got here is essentially like our furthest build. But the one that we currently have deployed is watertight. You can't actually click off with anything. You can't go to any other environments. We realised that robustness was so important from early testing.
Quick question: did you go down the road of the playground on EPIC?
Yes,
and that didn't work.
No,
found it tough. Yeah, I think the key thing about that is, see, that's got a really high functional fidelity, so it's really realistic. But it's really hard to change it. And it's hard to be dynamic with scenario design and incorporating your scenarios into the EPR. And I think that's one of the things that we've found useful with what we've created, is that we can just very easily edit it. It's just it's an Excel spreadsheet.
So our next steps were going to be Cerner, because I was thinking on Cerner, and they don't have any experience with that. But tell me about Cerner. Or shall I just not go there?
I'm trying to.
I think it's definitely
I'm separate to this. I happen to have some very close personal friends who are just friends from childhood who actually ended up being developers within Cerner. I floated my problem to them, and they said that it would probably be equally challenging. Now that was but one person, and they no longer work for that particular company. But yeah, I think you find your own journey, really.
Ask the question.
Yeah, ask the question.
It seems like much a solution, and it takes much less time. So
yeah.
Oh, great. I'm 2 years in and I still haven't got anywhere. So
we definitely must wrap up now. But all I will say is it is only effective as long as your learners are going to have either already had the orientation, they're completely au fait with the system that they're using. So it's great if you're using Cerner in your lab, and they have been ever since, then that's brilliant. But if they haven't, then they're, it's not going to be a good time. We're going to wrap up now. Thank you so much for listening. We hope that we have space to reflect on your problems. Hopefully we stimulate some conversations. We'll see you later on the slide. Thank you very much.
Just going to start off with a show of hands, the different professions that we have in this group. Any HPs in here? No. Nursing backgrounds. Okay. Doctors. Got one there. Anybody else we've missed out? Sim Tech. Oh yeah. Midwife.
My name
Okay, welcome everyone. Rachel. It looks like we've got a good mix of different professions. You guys have divided yourselves well. We're going to start off with discussing the benefits of running multi-professional sim. So open to the floor, what do you think? What might be the benefits of running multi-professional simulation sim?
Your interaction.
Yeah.
So it's like it's more when you're interacting together, you need to learn how to work together. That's it. Teamworking.
Yeah.
Teamworking.
Yeah. So bringing up the working between teams in a sim environment just to facilitate good team working, communication, things like that. Yeah. Anything else anyone else can think of?
Different professions get to learn about each other's perspectives.
Yeah, exactly. So you get an idea into what the other roles might be and what their responsibilities are within a clinical phase. Yeah.
Groups communication between different and it can translate into real practice if they do it in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just making the interaction between the different teams within a clinical area and having them communicate with each other just to facilitate patient care and patient safety. Great, wonderful. So we've outlined the benefits of having multi-professional sim. We have a video planned.
We're still waiting for the loading.
Yeah, right. While we're waiting for the video to come up, I'm just going to get you guys to work in groups, I think just as you are. You've got a flip chart paper out there for everybody and a marker. So the things that we want you to think about and brainstorm within your group is what might be the challenges that we might face while designing simulation scenario for multi-professional teams, and how can we tackle that and address it while designing scenarios for the interprofessional working. Okay, you've got 10 minutes.
Get you guys to work together.
Yes.
We will stop you guys there. You can hear some really good discussion. What we'll do now, we've solved our technical issues. So we'll show you a video clip of a multi-professional scenario that we run in our trust. So whilst you're watching the video, have a think about some of the challenges that you guys have already discussed, and kind of try and see how we might have addressed it in the video, or perhaps in the pre-brief or in the debrief as well.
Have you done any observations? No, I haven't done anything yet. I just found him. Okay. Yeah, one more minute. I just turned around. No, I think she turned around. Hello, my name is Abigail. What's your name? What's your name?
Oh, who are you? I'm on the floor.
I know you're on the floor. My name is Abigail. I'm one of the physios on the ward. Can you tell me your name?
Oh, Jack.
Your name is Jack. Hello, Jack. Can you tell me what happened?
I don't know.
Yes. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Are you going to stay in hospital, Jack?
No,
You're a bit nauseous. Are you able to arrange your leg to go on the inside? If you can do that?
Should we walk out? We've been seeing them for a very long time. Can we call it? Okay. Let's go for one more. To know what we're doing.
Some help for an university.
So if we get you guys to share some of the challenges that you guys have discussed amongst your groups, and if you've got any solutions to those problems as well.
Speaking of PICU, planning, getting representative faculty can be one of the first things, and getting time for those faculty. What's really faculty, make sure that shared learning objectives, making sure that you can design scenarios realistic for teams, teams from different professions, and making the scenario relatable for each individual who's going to be involved. And then getting time for different staff groups to attend as well, getting them to be able to release to participate in them. We've got funding in there as well, so funding obviously underpins all of it, from faculty to participants and life as well.
So how can we make sure that we've got individuals from different professionals that, to attend simulation courses? Anything that you guys do in your practice or solutions that you might come up with?
These sort of trickle down to the top, though, like mandating it is really helpful, linking it to the curriculum and the trust objectives. But it's not within our power. It has to be from sort of an exec level decision. They need to see the real value of it, and that's our job, is sort of selling it.
So involving more senior members to help kind of mandate it, as you said. Any other solutions that you guys can think of to some of the problems that they've discussed there?
How do we make sure that learning outcomes are aligned to all these professions?
Working, so getting those professions together to talk about it in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. So meeting with kind of specific from each department, having faculty obviously meeting up with them, designing the scenario, seeing what they think would be valuable for their own teams and bringing it to us. What about the learning outcomes for the day in particular? How can we make sure that we kind of capture what we want from a whole group of mixed professions?
Generic objective of the day, like for example, if talking about deteriorating patient, assessing a deteriorating patient in a general point of view rather than just a specific profession point of view. For example, it's just with the nurses' point of view. Nurses have different goals, and we see patients that are deteriorating differently from other professions potentially. So maybe a generic objective encompassing everyone, and then during the debrief, that's when we talk about specifics each profession.
So in terms of learning outcomes, what we do anyway, most of our simulation is focused towards the non-technical aspects, which is kind of applicable to all professions, day-to-day life. So human factors, if it is a new group to simulation in general, whether it's nurses, doctors, AHPs, they're they're all starting on the same ground, and we give them the information that they need technically just to start off the day. So whether that be a quick A to E assessment, just so that everyone's on the same ground on the technical side, but also reinforcing that that is not the main aim of the day. So starting off with that, just increasing psychological safety for all these professions to start being more comfortable around one another. And obviously getting interprofessional faculty is the most important factor of it all. Anything else that anyone talked about in terms of challenges?
Focusing on funding, I think we could collectively agree that even from the start of the day today, funding was a high, at the top of everyone's minds when talking about the challenges in professional simulation, because as we all know, obviously, funding is not easy to get, especially in the education side. And every profession has their own education department or educational team. And most of the time, you can't get like one budget for the whole profession. It's just specific for the profession. The deanery or the nursing NHSE funding is, how do we divide that? And how do we get that in the first place to fund everything? So I think the funding always is in the back of our minds, even though we say money shouldn't be the center of our practice.
You have to have funding before you can run the course.
Yeah.
So that's, if you don't have that, there's no point pursuing it because you can't deliver it.
You say eradicating money so disproportionately, then there's very nice.
Yeah, how do you liaise with the different stakeholders to get them all on board? Much of that.
Or something that we can directly answer.
Yeah, I don't think there is an answer to that, so we'd love to hear any ideas.
I think it was mentioned earlier, like in the group, like there was like ICB.
Preventive care.
Yeah, those like CCGs previously, like the groups. You can get funding from them, but not all organizations have access to get those funds.
It's always easier if it's an umbrella organisation that you're approaching, like one source for all professions. I think another thing we identified is who's going to own and lead the project. You've got 4 multidisciplinary, almost peers, so to say. Let's say they're all band 7. Who takes ownership? Too many cooks, as we all know, can be recipe for disaster.
And that also can set the day up as well. So if, from my stance, doctors coming onto a midwifery day don't always like it, and then they don't always reciprocate as midwives going off to a doctor's day as it's proceeded, even though we're meant to be working together. And that can be very challenging.
Yeah. I think sometimes the way we name our simulation courses as well, so if it's referred to as a doctor's day, then it would be thought that the doctors kind of take the lead and then kind of neglect some of the other professions that might be involved. So possibly naming the simulation appropriately that encompasses different professionals so that, you kind of get rid of a hierarchy or kind of a perception of, this is a course for this professions and we're just kind of around the peripheries sort of thing. And having a faculty that is also interprofessional and has a good mix of different individuals can kind of help address that issue as well, where everyone feels comfortable and everyone feels like they've got an equal opportunity to contribute and gain something out of the course as well. Anything from you guys?
We're saying like ensuring equal opportunity to participate. So maybe really planning in the scenarios who, like which people go in together. Is it staggered? Is it sort of paired up? Generalizing massively, but if a nurse and a doctor go to a deteriorating patient, the nurse often looks to the doctor to take the lead. But actually, like I was saying, it's really interesting, the in-situ sim, how many of the nurses, the ones actually going through it, when you're on the ward and the crash goes, it's all the nurses going. There's maybe, doctor on the ward. Often, maybe they've got to see outliers. So actually, do you send nurses in first and then have doctor respond to that? So I guess ensuring, that everyone has opportunity to.
Yeah. So kind of taking that point and thinking back to the video clip that we showed, how do you guys think that was kind of implemented within that scenario? Yeah. And who were the first two individuals that we had in the scene? Yeah, so there was a HC that was acting as a embedding situation, and then we had a physiotherapist and an occupational therapist. So kind of getting them to be the first responders in the situation and seeing what they do in the first instance, and then taking appropriate measures such as calling for help so that more members can come. How did the scenario progress in terms of the contribution of the occupational therapist and the physiotherapist within that scenario? Because you mentioned about kind of certain professions, if other team members get in, they kind of take a step back in a sense. It seemed to be very engaged, like they were by the patient's head, giving a lot of feedback. Yeah, the OT called for help. That'll be emergency coordinator. Yeah. Anything else that anyone else noticed?
There was someone who was allocating tasks for people to do. So I don't know if that was the nurse or something. I'm not sure if it was, but there was someone allocating, giving directions to people to do different things. So at least if there's one person in charge of delegating.
Yeah. So in that particular scenario, it was the doctor that you're referring to started to assign roles, and that was kind of a role that they took up throughout, kind of towards the end of the day, where we had continuous discussions in our debriefs after every scenario about leadership and team working, and they kind of naturally took on that position. But also at the same time, you had the rest of the team that were making contributions and being active followers within that team, rather than just letting it be the doctor or whoever the leader is in that scenario to kind of direct what everyone does.
I also think in terms of the group that we had, I think it was quite a nice mix of professionals that we had. We can't always guarantee that we'll have such a proportional mix almost. It was actually less doctors than usual. So having, I think it was just one doctor here, and having multiple AHPs and multiple nurses then almost brings the other professions into the spotlight, kind of empowers them to do more because there's only one doctor around, and therefore hopefully they can take that back to their own clinical areas and realise, hey, there's actually a lot more I can do. And it's just kind of matching that proportionality up. So maybe we could have a look at reducing the doctors and start to see if we can highlight the other professions and bring them into the spotlight a bit more.
We get some courses, don't get many doctors necessarily looking at all, and one thing that we've kind of developed over the last year or so is really our confidence in not having a doctor for the scenario. Whereby they might refuse to do, or they might leave someone. Maybe it's okay sometimes in a scenario to say that person's not available and send somebody else in. So maybe you've got a average nurse or something, to be the senior person instead. And it always works well. I think perhaps that the fidelity will fall apart, but generally it doesn't work.
Designing scenarios where you can make sure that everyone's able to contribute. So in that particular one, we had the physiotherapist and occupational therapist work with me, kind of trying to create space in the situation, staying by the patient, giving them updates as they go along. That really brought out each team member's contribution.
So we're just going to wrap up. This is just some factors that we've just put in on the last slide. I think we've run out of time. But yeah, we've discussed kind of most of these. I won't kind of read through it, but I think the other two things, that last 2 points that we haven't really touched on too much, is just a bit more about advertising for recruiting for the faculty that are so important to kind of make our multi-professional simulation so successful. And yeah, well, funding is the most important bit of it, but training spots would be a nice way to kind of boost that incentive for them to join our teams. But yeah.
Okay, yes. Is everybody back? Yeah. Yeah. Afternoon, everybody. My name is Sarah Osborne-Tedmore. I'm the Education Programme Manager for the Safeguarding team. Can you hear me? Yeah. What does that mean? I'm a paediatric nurse by background. I've been in nursing for the last 23 years, been in education the last 8 years, huge passion for safeguarding simulation. My journey started at the Royal Brompton and the Sprint programme. And on the back of this journey, I have found myself in the safeguarding and vulnerabilities team at King's College Hospital, and it has been an eye-opener to say the least. And I've been absolutely desperate to pilot non-clinical and doing that because it's still clinical sim, non-clinical sim initiatives. And I thought, what better place to do this? And I've been really lucky with the safeguarding MDD team that I'm working with and that have engaged with me and that I'm collaborating with. And we're just going to, give you a little snapshot of what we've been doing. Just going to introduce my colleague.
I'm Steve. I'm sorry about my accent, but Steve Park. So I'm Trust Security Training and Violence Reduction Manager. So that means an awful lot. I work with the Vulnerables team. I also develop training around safe holding and de-escalation. We developed a de-escalation for children with LD and ASD, therapeutic holding, NG feeding restraints, safer pods, etc. But we've also branched out in trying to educate the police, some of our external stakeholders, in literally getting them to understand some of the safeguarding concerns and also their approach to physical restraint with people who are vulnerable, who may have psychological triggers, and they very much don't share some information with us sometimes. So that's some of the problems.
A little bit of a trigger warning before we start. This is safeguarding, really, really challenging subject, speciality. There will be people in the room today who've suffered abuse or may have a family member who's suffered abuse or a friend. And if you need to step away, please do so. If you need to talk to us at the end of the session, we're here for you. So just come and have a conversation if appropriate, if we can support you. Just wanted to, and be kind to each other and be brave if you've got any experiences. Just it would be lovely to hear of those. And that's where I'm going to jump straight in. The first question is, has anybody done any safeguarding simulation? Anybody in the room? Because we're doing a bit of scoping today. Are you able to tell us where and how and what?
GP. We do a GP and secondary care, so interface with ED, sort of non-accidental injuries in children.
So is it paediatric?
Paediatrics, yeah.
So it's not built around the safeguarding, but it's there as an additional factor within the simulation, and it will. I mean, there's some that we do one non-accidental injury for a young child, and sometimes it gets overlooked completely, and sometimes it becomes the focus of the simulation, so it could go either way. We've done some stuff in our ED crisis course as well, but we've been clutched more.
I love it. I love that idea, linking in the additional programs.
Yeah, we've done. I've done exactly the same. Absolutely for paediatrics and adults. And actually, a while ago, I came anyone from Maudsley Sim. I used to do some work with Maudsley Sim. And then, of course, again, built into a number of the programs, as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll be linking in with you, hopefully. Discovering what's
asking for money.
Yeah. Okay, so at spring last year, we piloted a very, very sort of short. We linked into the trauma study day at King's, and we ran a serious youth violence, learning disability, autism sim with the team. And we did that a few times, and it was well received. So we thought, why don't we, go big and create an MDT interprofessional course day? And that's what we did. And it wasn't just the idea of let's do it. We did the training needs analysis. We looked at national and local policy, intercollegiate document alignment. Safeguarding cases are slowly on the rise. Are they on the rise? Are people reporting more? This is what we were talking about earlier. But just as a snapshot from our local area, in the children's safeguarding team. So we had the children's safeguarding referrals. In June 2023, we had 609 in that cohort. quarter. And then in June 2024, we had 962 in that quarter. And we've just had EPIC implemented across the trust as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now this quarter. But you can see there's an elevation there in the referrals. And that's not only within paediatrics, it's the same adults, learning disabilities, midwifery, every setting across the trust. So yeah, we align it to serious case reviews, national incidences, and yeah, increase in incidences that have come through. So it started with me going out and fishing out and recruiting the specialists within safeguarding, so that the adult safeguarding leads, children's safeguarding leads, learning disability leads, midwifery safeguarding leads, our serious youth violence advocates within the Red Thread team. We work with our independent domestic abuse advocate team. We've got our social worker team. We've got the Metropolitan Police. So absolutely everyone and anyone came together. And we designed these, you know, we didn't want to, the agenda is, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is when I was a paediatric nurse, you know, my sole focus was the child safeguarding that child. I didn't really think about adult safeguarding. We're now trying to take that more holistic approach. You know, children are attached to adults, adults are attached to children. So, you know, thinking about safeguarding in a more holistic approach. So that's what we did. And we're also looking at incorporating the trauma-informed approach to care of our patients and de-escalation skills. And that's what Steve is going to focus about now.
Unfortunately, King's is literally quite big. It's 960 beds. It's an acute trust with obviously a number of patients, both with mental health needs, learning disabilities, autism, and general patients who have literally got some kind of trauma-informed approach that we need to adopt. The unfortunate thing is usually when behaviour starts to escalate, whether it's behaviour that's been misinterpreted as violence, security get called. And it's only security that get called. Why is that? Well, that's simply because security are the only ones that are restraints trained or safer holding trained. Out of 13,447 members of staff, that's it, security. Are we making things worse? Security, 6'4", 6'10", one of them. Bright luminous stab vest, in fact bulletproof vest, because the trainer needs analysis and the risk assessment means number of gun incidents in Brixton, Camberwell, means that our security officers have to wear bulletproof vests. In fact, there was only a stabbing in a corridor on Friday. But given that is that we're going to situations where people who need our help, who maybe need to have a medical intervention, a cannulation, venipuncture, or anything like that. But without that lack of training with staff, it's the reliance on security to just do this. We're trying to change this. It's really quite sad that 0.2% of staff are only trained in safer holding, isn't it? Therapeutic holding, that kind of thing, that rapport building, that trauma-informed care. I think I've used this situation here, the CRAM model, which I kind of nicked from the Maudsley Sim. I'll be quiet. So I got called to a situation. I didn't get called first. I was analysing this on a CCTV. And first of all, to me, this lovely young girl who had ADHD and also low spectrum autism. And mum and dad had to go home and look after the other children, which caused her quite a lot of distress. So she went into, obviously, what we teach our officers now, fight, flight, freeze, or even form. So she went into this kind of like quite challenging behaviour, misinterpreted. She was now going to be taken to resus because administration of PRN, it has to be done in a resuscitation area. She's now being literally herded. And what I can't show you is obviously faces. Well, she was herded and pushed up with her arm against the wall, finger pointing, arms folded. She screamed out because she felt vulnerable. She felt almost like she was going to be injured. So the rapport building, there's nobody trying to regulate the behaviour. You can't regulate behaviour. You can't de-escalate if you can't communicate with the person. Well, I quickly literally ran there because she was being pinned against the wall. She screamed out. Everybody took a step back. For the body language, and this is what I teach people, is literally your body language literally will change their attitude and their behaviour. And quickly, it started to spiral out of control where she started to headbang the wall, but nobody engaged with that. So I walk into the room, and the next slide is, what I do is I remove everybody from the room, much to the upset of the psychiatric liaison nurses and the 4 RMNs. But they weren't doing what I think is a job to be able to de-escalate. My job is to train people to control the environment. Controlling the environment allows you to regulate behaviour. And what we're teaching our officers and what we're trying to do with staff is create an environment where trust is there. Trust, so the trauma-informed, but safety, empowerment. We don't know what's going on with Samir. She literally may have some kind of trauma-informed, some complex traumas or adverse childhood experiences. Taking all those things away, she then was able to literally sit down. She told me, can we sit down on the floor? Well, I sat down on the floor with her. I didn't need to engage. Sister Jen there, she was kind of just blown away. The fact is that she goes, I tried to tell people to leave, but she's a little sister that big. And it's very difficult in a herd mentality. People going like, oh, she needs medication. She didn't need medication. She just needs it to be a safe environment. So this is what we're trying to do. Safety, collaboration, empowerment, trustworthiness, and choice. Work with the patients. That's what we're trying to do. We started at security because security are the only ones that go to these situations. We're trying to teach staff that. And I kind of came along to the sim training with the safeguarding. And when we sit down and build trust, patients started to talk to us. And I was literally begging Sarah, how do we report safeguarding issues? Because we're just security band 4 officers. And that's kind of part of the development. So we're doing a bespoke training session around safeguarding with security. Because it's that personal thing that we're able to build rapport, trustworthiness with the patients, who then open up about some of the things that could be going on in their lives, which we have an awful lot in Denmark, a lot of child separation, sexual abuse, that kind of thing going on. So that's what we're trying to change.
So yeah, as you can see, the scenarios are based on real life scenarios that happen across the organisation. We're really lucky that we can now, we're starting to capturing, the scenarios in the live cameras, but on a lot of the staff are wearing and the security team are wearing the body cams as well. And so we've got a lot of resource to use when creating the simulations. So yeah, just jump into the evaluation. So for this pilot, we run 3 interprofessional safeguarding course days. We had 40 participants, MDT participants in total. When the advert went out, it was literally sold out within less than 24 hours. For me, this is not a statutory mandatory training requirement. The staff obviously keen and obviously wanting to come along to learn about this. And yeah, our simulations, they are extremely explosive. They only last a couple of minutes. So the big learning is coming from the debrief. We have a good, I'd say, hour of debrief, don't we? Following each simulation, so we'll do, potentially LD, serious violence sim, and we'll do a domestic abuse sim. What else do we do?
Maternity sim.
Maternity sim. But the very last segment of the day, we have an hour on restorative safeguarding supervision. And so we sit there for the hour and we sort of bash out if there's anything else that we want to discuss as a team, or if anybody, what have you got out of the day? So, because I guess one of the sort of key themes that's coming out of today again is our psychological safety. And given the sort of content sensitivity, is how are we going to do that? This is new for us, and it's thinking about how are we going to protect the learners coming along to something like this, because safeguarding is really scary. It's really, really stressful, and it's hugely time consuming for everybody. So we give them like a pre-read material that has all the ACEs and the trauma-informed approach stuff. We do obviously the supervisions throughout, and then afterwards we offer one-to-one supervision, we offer group supervision, and if anybody reaches out and needs additional support, then we'll signpost them to the relevant services. I've completely gone off tangent, but coming to evaluation, we had 34 out of the 40 evaluate for us. Just wanted to know who'd sort of done simulation before, but out of that 34, 30 had never participated in safeguarding simulation previously, which I found quite shocking. And this is something that we're learning as we're going on today. It's a relatively new concept. But more importantly, the simulation aligned to their practice. All of them said it aligned to their practice. This is interprofessional, multidisciplinary. It's not just a PEeP scenario. It's not just an adult scenario. It's not just the midwifery. We're incorporating all aspects to that. And 34%, of the participants said that it had updated their knowledge. It's a little bit objective. We need to do a bit more work, but we're going down the right path. So for discussion, we could see there from the snapshot of qualitative evaluation, it's been received really positively. So just thinking about next steps, lots of ideas floating around, especially after today. But really, really keen to do like a targeted area. So we've got our hotspot areas for safeguarding. So the ED would be a hotspot area, for example. And we've got our trauma ward, so Catherine Monk, that would be a hotspot area, for example. Midwifery is a hotspot safeguarding. So do we pick a number and trial it in each area? Do we pick one specific one and then do the simulation for 6 months there and see if there's an outcome on the number of incidences that are happening on the ward? But I think another thing that's sort of come to light is there's two sort of work streams to this: is safeguarding our patients and patient outcomes, which is also safeguarding our staff. Because the data is showing us that staff are exposed to more violence and aggression, unfortunately, in the workplace. So it's all about the sort of de-escalation and how we can de-escalate following that trauma-informed approach before it actually explodes. We need to be calling on the police and security. Sometimes, every scenario is going to be different.
Our own stat data around assaults on staff is massive. It's for 2014, 2015, 205 reported assaults. 2022 to 2023, 1,058. Obviously, the introduction of in-phase has literally eliminated that was to collate that stat data. But given that is literally, we're very careful about what training, whether we're doing de-escalation training or doing safer holding. How do we approach that and try and tell people about what the curriculum contains? But one question that can get brought up by just an ad hoc question can cause massive traumas. And I had one yesterday, I'm not going to go into it. And that was simply talking about a patient with challenging behaviour. And how do I deal with that? And I'm only doing basically staff safety breakaway training. And I think I've come here today to find out how we approach it, not just on sim training, but how we do it on all training.
Are there any questions? I guess we've got time for some questions. Is everyone tired? We had lots of questions around psychological safety, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. Well done. Thank you. Another thing I haven't mentioned in this room is, we've had no funding. There's no funding. This is all based on our team wanting to, run a new safeguarding education initiative and beg, borrowing and stealing from absolutely anywhere and everywhere. We are the actors, and we've got a social worker team. There's one of the social workers, they are an actor on the side. They write their own plays. They come in and support. I go to the simulation centre and I go, please, could we have a day? Have you got a spare day? It's really tricky given the current climate, but safeguarding unfortunately doesn't sit high within sort of key priorities within an organisation. Maybe that will change in the future, but it is really, really tough. So
I think from a perspective of security, I create simulate training around acute behavioural disturbance, excited delirium, somebody who may be a presentation on the ward, maybe being extubated and stuff like that. So I try and do those sims. And only the weekend, we do constant training with our security because they are the reliance on getting there and making it safe. And I think I did on Wednesday some training around safer holding with a patient with excited delirium, acute behavioural disturbance. And lo and behold, on Sunday, our first patient in the door at 7:45 was somebody absolutely paranoid, underlying psychosis, screaming, head on the floor, safely restrained, allergic reaction to ketamine, backing away. And we've run this through sim training and it worked textbook. So when we reviewed it in an after action review, they were like, well, there's nothing that everybody did so well. And that's the reliance on sim training, regardless of it's children with LD or to somebody who's literally being extubated, who literally is not taken well to the medication. It's so important.
Yeah, echoing what you said, Really, really great program, very inspiring. And I think what I particularly like about it is that you've brought together the safeguarding, violence and aggression elements, and also like learning and disabilities, maybe delirium and dementia all into one course. Because actually, when we think about the burden of mandatory training, because all of that, so even though you said that to a trust it's low priority, but in essence it's not that low priority, because we've got this huge burden of e-learning, and you have to do your safeguarding e-learning, your violence and aggression e-learning, or face-to-face learning. Every trust is a bit different, I'm sure. But all the topics you've just mentioned are all on the e-learning, but they're all like siloed and separated. It's all part of mandatory training, and then the trust priority is to get your compliance up.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't necessarily translate to real life. And so I'm wondering, where does this course sit in King's alongside your mandatory training along all of those topics? And do the people at the top actually think, has it reduced your e-learning burden in order to say, well, actually, this is more valuable, more important?
So we have the two options at King's. When I went in, I developed the virtual online level 3s for the children, for the adults. So we're running the level 3s virtually full course day. Obviously, on that course day, we promoting. It'd be great if we could link into local programs. And people, like I said, it was sold out. We don't have any marketing. I haven't. It's not going in the news bulletin. It's just from sending out to the ward managers and whoever. But no, it's not statutory. It's not mandatory. It's additional. But I think staff are really struggling with not only the crisis within the NHS, but the impact of the behaviours of the patients and the families coming in, and the aggression with that. And they want to come along, and maybe we need to retitle, rephrase it, call it something different. Maybe it's a safe space to, a supervision space, or I don't know. Maybe it's still people are coming.
But I'd rather have this.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm thinking, how can we make this?
Mandatory. But when you're faced with the problem, your first thought isn't the theory and the law. Your first thought is that the practical side of it, and dealing with the violence and aggression. But yet the e-learning assessment is testing your knowledge of the law, which is and all of that sort of stuff. And
I agree. I'd love this.
I'd much rather come to this.
I would love for this to be our level 3 safeguarding training for everybody. However, because of the core skills framework, because of the intercollegiate document, we've got this is the framework, this is what you need to deliver as a start man.
And you can't map this to replace.
Well, it would be challenging.
I found the safeguarding sim training really interesting because it was educational, but you couldn't challenge some of the options and some of the opinions that people had. We're in an open classroom forum. It was like, here's the legislation, but here's nice guidelines, and there's the CQC. And that was really, when you type in something and it's in a conversation, it's not being addressed with that face-to-face training from a multidisciplinary team approach. Critical care, social services, our own police officer being there to literally challenge some of the policies and things around least restrictive or wherever you want to talk about. And they're the really great things in being involved in the sim. It's a fantastic day, one that I'm really so happy to be involved with.
I think the biggest challenge we've got with that is King's is absolutely gigantic.
Same here.
And so if we delivered this as our level 3 as a sim with 20 participants, like we are delivering our level 3 with potentially like the most we've had on adults is 150 is our cut-off. So and even PEeP we're doing 60 each time. So if we delivered this, had a massive facility and a massive faculty, and I could be, we could do it, but it's the logistics around it.
Yeah, the backfill would be, but then once you've trained people, it would just be induction, and then maybe refresher, it would reduce it.
I'm not going to talk about compliance. My compliance figures for conflict.
You don't onboard everybody, you just wait till their refresher is due.
What we do with induction, because this would be so good, but induction now is all e-learning.
other thing as well, which is fascinating. Sorry, I'm like hogging now. But I guess what you've proven as well is that one course can deal with the intersection of all the topics. And actually, we've got 4 e-learnings. Well, actually, why not have one e-learning with the intersection of the topics, which is more holistic and less theory-driven, and then it's supplemented by the by the Sims.
So what we're trying to do, like we've started to see, like we're really lucky, we've got Mia now, but we're going to the, bite size, and psychological safety in a sim, safeguarding sim, is quite tricky, when you're just literally having that half an hour and you really need to sort of stay focused on one topic rather than having that full hour and talk about absolutely anything and everything or the full day. But yeah, it's early days and we'll see how we go. And yeah, the team, like it wouldn't be possible without the team. They've been fantastic. So.
Just an induction, especially for new staff and new graduates that haven't really properly ever worked in a ward environment or don't understand their ward environment, is less applicable. I feel like when you've got teams that already work together but actually need to improve their dynamics and understanding and expectations of each other, will make this work better in a team by team basis on scenarios for the area. So doing it on ITU for your post-extubation, doing it on care of the elderly for your dementia patients, doing it on your psychological care unit for your psychotic patients, so that then you can really tailor it to enhance that teamwork in that team. So I almost feel like if you can do it on a unit by unit basis, it's going to be more effective than on induction where people can't necessarily relate it to their teams or their working environment.
I know. I'd be interested in maybe even a short introduction on an induction, because a lot of staff safeguard and how to get in touch
We'd
with them.
scare them away if we delivered this simulation on their induction. They'd just run out the other door. But we do have the students coming along as well, and it's been fantastic. They've evaluated it. They feel part of the team. They're getting exposed to these high-level cases. They're getting involved in the discussion with the senior people. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'll time it down.
Well, it's a great time anyway.
These are going to be the quick fire facing presentations. Just going through a kind of 8 minutes with a couple of questions at the end, and then we'll lead on to the panel to close today's event. So our first post presentation is over to Carol from UCLH. Is it working?
Hi, my name is Carol Ristadini. I'm working at University of East London. I'm the practice education lead for physiotherapy mainly. And there's apologies first. I got the brief wrong. I prepared a workshop that was for 30 slides, and then went, no, and I went, oh, and I just broke down. So it's still a bit of a slideshow, really. And the other thing is there's going to be a bit of repetition because I responded to money, probably the same money that we spoke about at the very start of the day. So, and there's going to be some repetition, so I'll skip through that. Anyway, so. Okay, so it's a story of how I put in a bid over 2 days. I think it was the same. You've got 2 days to put a bid in for all this money, and went, yeah, you will go for it. And then you went, oh, you've got the money. It's like, oh shit, we're a bit in East London, and I've got to deliver 5 sessions of face-to-face multi-professional critical care for 80 clinicians in 6 months. They really wanted more for their money in East London, I think, and it was for Barts Health, Homerton and BHRUT, and it was 4 disciplines, SLT, OT physio, and the one I've forgotten. Dietetics, thank you very much. So similar to what we've been discussing already in terms of the challenges that you might face. And so I put them all down. So we need to cover all bases, needs to be relevant, unbiased, engage the participants, and it felt very post-COVID at the time. There was anxiety every week, low morale. So I was really considering how I'm going to engage it, and I decided not to go down the discipline-specific sim scenarios, but to make it more principle-based in terms of how we went about looking at it. And again, wanted it to be fun, so that they actually, and again, because I think one of those things that we talked about already around how you're going to demonstrate you've made an impact. I did use confidence as an impact, and I feel a bit embarrassed now as a measure because I can see that what does that actually mean. But for the short amount of time we had to put it together, I really wanted to demonstrate that it had made a difference and it was an easy win. Oh, hang on, I should just say. The other thing is that I didn't actually work in critical care anymore, but I could put together a good plan. So it was really important that we got together a core group, as we've already said, of relevant multi-professionals, and also to find some critical friends who'd already been doing it before, because I put a bid in, I think it was August, September time, and I made it about Sim on the basis that I'd done a train the trainer the month before. So I'm looking and hearing about all the people who've got 10, 15 years experience, and I had about a month's experience when I started putting this together. So it was really important to establish critical friends for me. So thank you, Lucy Brock. I don't know if you remember helping me, but you did. And again, we had a really good Sim tech and a really good Sim specialist as well as helped me. And there was quite a lot of reluctance from around the area in terms of specialities of OT, dietetics, because they hadn't been in that academic environment before. And so I think in terms of getting the group together and motivating the group, it's like, don't worry about any of that, just bring your knowledge and bring the content and everything else will be all right. So we did have a really good team. So I put taxonomy there because I work in academia. I think it's nice to have a fancy word. And so I think when I really made it clear what the learning outcomes were for each of the 5 sessions, and it was a build, and it was about experience rather than banding. So like we said before, we did have band 5s who were quite experienced, and we had band 8s who had been put onto critical care the year before and were really still quite traumatized from it. So when I say choice of language, the learning outcomes were about application, about consideration, about improve your confidence. So it wasn't learn the skills of being, it wasn't about competency, it was about consideration, problem solving, responsiveness. And as the team earlier said, because we had 5 sessions over quite a short time, for our sanity, we established a model and designed a model that could be repeatable for each section. We had some people who were doing more than one of the sessions, some people who were doing the 1st and the 4th, and we'd asked the North East London AHPs what they wanted to have in the sessions. And one of them was, for example, managing step down. That had been a real point of stress and consideration from the whole team. So I've got an icebreaker there because, again, as the team said, I think before after lunch, it's really important when you're looking at cross different, not just cross disciplines, but cross different hospitals, for people to feel comfortable and confident and safe in an environment. So a nice, funny icebreaker. And I didn't know it was called bingo because we did something very similar where people were punching each other out the way over whose favourite dog or a cat or something like that. And once you've got people laughing and joking, they feel more safe, they feel more likely to engage. So, and again, in terms of our repeatable model, we would do all the introductions, we'd do all the safety, the ice breaking, then we'd introduce a framework. So one of our sessions was around step down. And so we introduced a framework around that you could look to in terms of as a resource for managing patients in step down. We had somebody who was an expert in that come and speak. And then we'd introduce another we would film a scenario and we get them to debrief that as a group, because my group was 24 most days. And by the end of the 5th session, when people are hearing about it a bit more, please squeeze me in. So, we had quite a few people. So immersion wasn't necessarily going to be the best idea for us. So in terms of our design, we were looking at that repeatability over the 5 sessions. We were looking at the numbers that we had, and we were doing a lot of filming beforehand to create the scenarios for them then to debrief in smaller groups, and smaller groups, not discipline specific, but just and you couldn't tell who was who by the end of the morning. You didn't have a clue. Once they got over, oh, hello, 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 they were all split up and we didn't know who was who anyway. So we did have some immersion with live actors and models, but mostly we filmed it first and they debriefed it. And then after lunch, we were doing things like we were getting them to generate their own scenarios in terms of real life problem. I'm thinking these things, I'm not even looking at it now, but to generate their life an event that was really important to them in terms of what they wanted to make learning from. We were getting them to create their own stories. And then as a big group, we were then problem solving how they went about or what would be the best case. So very much an interdisciplinary approach to problem solving situations that people found, or people in the critical care unit, whether it's supervising people, managing step down, escalating, responding to a patient who was escalating or whatever. So from my point of view, I think that's nearly the end. Yeah. From my point of view, one of the things what I was learning that I kept going back to was considering the learning aim of the task. Don't have too many learning things from it. Have a real specific aim from the learning task. When I was creating Sim, write a storyboard with a script. I became a demon director. I didn't like being in front. You put me in front of the camera and it's like throwing a stool on the scene. But I was a demon director. And don't try and make. I found that don't try and make the perfect scenario, because or try and make it that it's not real. Like it was too. Don't throw in too many clangers, because that's just not real either. And if you try to make a perfect scenario, somebody's always going to spot something. So just try and make it as real life as possible, or make it too complicated. So really, that's my story. I had a lot more in how we designed it and all the different things, but I won't go into that. And yeah, and that thing is probably, was that 8 minutes?
That's perfect. Well done. Thank you.
To it being a filmed rather than the embedded, was that really well received? You said you had lots of uptake. But...
Well, the way we filmed it, we often did pauses as well. So I would film one part and say, what do you think is happening here? And they would have questions around what they thought was happening. Did it relate to them? Have they seen that before? All that kind of thing. What do you think would happen next? What do you think you would do next? Then we'd show the next bit, and the same again. And so it was quite interactive and it was quite dynamic. It wasn't just them sitting there making notes, so it really was quite dynamic. And then so it was pretty much stop-start. And then in the afternoon, we would start them off with a scenario, and then they would have to finish it off. So they almost created their own scenario, and they would in groups, they would then in the ITU suite, they would demonstrate that what they happened and how they thought it should go, whilst being watched by the others doing it. And then they would come back and we would debrief how they think it went. Should it have gone a different way? What would other people have done? So it was quite dynamic, it was quite active, and it was also quite fun. And we have lots of wigs on our mannequins as well, which our participants felt they should put on their own heads rather than on the mannequins' heads. And it's almost like people gave people permission to move into a different role. But it didn't feel stale, and it got over the point of having to manage only 10 people on the course or whatever. It meant that we could roll it out, and also they could go back to it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fab, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Abby. I'm a physio by background, but in my job role, I've got 2 precious hours that I get to dedicate to AHP Sim at the Royal Free Hospital.
Hi, I'm Neve. I'm an OT and I've been Sim faculty at the Royal Free for about 2 years now, but mostly involved in MDT in-situ Sim until now. So today we're going to share with you our occupational therapy Sim that we ran last year at the Royal Free and how we managed to make that sustainable. So it started in 2022 when retention of OTs was quite poor and there was dissatisfaction among the staff. So senior leadership, OT leadership kind of threw out and allowed people to give some feedback, and then the feedback from OT and come up with some change ideas. Feedback from OTs was overwhelmingly that they felt there was a lack of professional education opportunities and protected time. So sort of leading on from that, as we kind of learned today, Sim has a growing presence in allied health education and is being widely introduced as well into undergraduate OT courses. And at the Royal Free, we already had a well-established physio on-call Sim program that was run twice yearly for all physios to access. However, Sim designed specifically for post-registration OTs was really rare. Therefore, we felt that developing a new OT-specific program would open access to Sim for another group of AHPs, and then as well as provide a solution to the feedback of a lack of educational opportunities. So why didn't we just integrate that, or integrate the OTs into the physiotherapy Sim? We kind of recognise that the role of OT in the acute setting is changing, with more OTs working independently rather than with their physio colleagues, with more critically unwell patients and in areas such as ICU, especially when lone working, like I said, apart from their physio colleagues who traditionally have more experience in that area. So scenarios were developed to reflect kind of the specific and unique skills and responsibilities of OTs in the acute setting and relevance to practice.
Fab. So what did we do? So myself and 2 senior OT colleagues, we wrote a proposal. We took it to our therapy senior management team and said, this is what OTs are asking for. Please, can we run it? They gave us their blessing. They're happy for us to go ahead, and they were very keen to hear feedback and be engaged in the process. So we trained up 4 OTs, senior OTs as facilitators in-house, and wrote 3 OT-specific scenarios, with kind of the crisis resource management and human factors at the centre of it. All of the OTs are invited to participate from band 5 to band 8, and also senior management really supportive of low staffing or anything not precluding people from attending. So we actually had really high attendance rates, which was great. So we started off the day, just intro to Sim, meant like pretty much all the OTs hadn't had any access before. I think maybe a couple had done a delirium Sim previously. And then, establishing psychological safety, orientation to the Sim suite. And then we ran through the 3 scenarios with a debrief after each one, and then some final thoughts and some feedback at the end. So we had 25 OTs attend over 5 sessions, with different bandings, different specialties. And we collected some outcome measures pre and post Sim. So we used a couple of quantitative outcome measures. So we have the human factor skills for healthcare instrument, measuring sort of change in understanding of human factors. We use a general self-efficacy score, which assesses kind of change in optimistic self-beliefs when facing difficult demands. And then we have the Spielberg State Trait Anxiety Inventory, which measures both kind of trait anxiety, which is kind of a person's predisposition to respond to situations, and also their state anxiety, which is a sort of physiological response or consciously perceived feelings like dread, tension, apprehension. We analysed those using a paired t-test. Obviously, that was not my specialty, but I had some help with that. And we also collected a load of quantitative data, which we've all said today, that's the more we collect. Moving on to the results. So really positive. We had an improvement in all of the outcome measures. We had statistical significance in the human factor skills for healthcare instrument and the general self-efficacy scores. We didn't in the state trait anxiety inventory, but when we looked a bit deeper at the raw data, the sort of average score was 12, which is already quite a low score. So actually there wasn't a huge variance in that, but we didn't increase our anxiety, which is also positive. We asked 12 qualitative feedback questions and used just like a scale, 5 points, strongly disagree up to strongly agree to assess. Overwhelmingly positive feedback. Can't really display it all on the small poster, but it was great. And 100% of the OTs agreed or strongly agreed that their practice and behaviour would change as a result of what they'd learnt, and that the Sim day had actually improved their non-technical skills, which is what we were really aiming for.
So although it was really positively received and attendance was brilliant from the OTs, we wanted to make sure it was also available for future OTs to attend. So how could we make it sustainable? Kind of literature consistently comments on Sim being long-term when the leadership has real vision and drive, which we really had. So we had the OT trained as faculty, and then we had Abby as AHP, really driving that forward and making sure it was long-term, as well as using faculty from within therapy services costs were minimized by using our on-site sim center and then low disposables. So really they were the only costs. So for it to run again, it would just be time of faculty and then getting participants. So that was great. And then during our sim program, we also invited senior management team and AHP education leads to attend and observe. And they were sort of blown away by the impact that they felt themselves and also that feedback in the room. And so I'd really encourage anyone to do that. So they really wanted to make sure it was an ongoing opportunity in the trust as well. So as a result, SIM's been added to the learning needs analysis, which is a catalogue of educational opportunities that are kind of rolled out on a yearly basis and can be applied to. So in conclusion, our OT Sim provided more educational opportunities for the OT profession with consistently positive feedback. They had a significant improvement in human factors, and it kind of closed that education gap as well, and also created sort of empowered and engaged OT Sim faculty that are motivated for it to run long term. Now open up to any questions. Sorry, Jim, I think we might be over a little bit.
No, this is fine. I think we've got time for, we've got time for 2 questions. I'm limited at 2. So any questions? Chris, any from the virtual attendees?
Have you opened it up beyond the Royal Free? As in, I mean, how many OTs are there at the Royal Free?
So we had 25 attend. We actually did have someone attend, and I'm really trying to remember which hospital it was from. I want to say North Middlesex, but I might be wrong. But we had at least one external OT attend because we had a space, and they were in contact with Michaela. Can you remember who it was?
I think it was.
Yeah, and they were really keen then to take it back, and we were like, absolutely, share our course with them. So yeah.
So in terms of how many OTs there are, I couldn't tell you, but 25 attendance, that was sort of nearly everybody, accounting for a little bit of sickness, and then there were like 4 faculty. So
yeah, I don't think I need to sign a declaration of interest on this, but have you considered, or is there scope to open this up to other AHPs?
So yeah, so absolutely. We actually are next. So from the AHP team attending, they run a space program, which is like the follow-on from preceptorship, and they've approached myself and Eve actually to write an MDT sim with podiatry, physio, OT, DT, and SLT. So we've half written it. So yeah, absolutely, this was sort of a good jumping.
But I guess the reason we kept it OT specific was that even though there's lots of other sims running at the Royal Free, so you know, OT sometimes attend the sim, there's in-situ MDT sims, the sort of access where they felt the accessibility wasn't there. So by making this OT specific, it kind of not only kept it relevant, but it just meant there would be attendance by OTs, they'd be given that space to attend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So then lastly, for the post presentations, we're going to lead on to Kieran from Medtribe.
Amazing. Hi everyone. I just wanted to start by saying thank you very much. I'm quite loud as it is, so I don't I'll turn that off. But thank you very much for having me to the LSN team, Gemma, Chris, Lucy. And I'm from Medtribe, and I'm the co-founder of Medtribe. It's a free online platform to help healthcare teams streamline their education administration. So I'm an A&E doctor by background from London, and someone who quite enjoyed medical education. And that's me being happy running some simulation in medical education, looking quite a bit younger actually there. And those from BHR might actually recognize the Sim Suite because that's where I was. And this picture perhaps represents me whilst I'm also running some education stuff. And it felt like for every day of learning I was running, I had many more days of then admin that came with it. Everything from chasing the bookings down, transferring attendance sheets, sending surveys, writing certificates, and so on. So on. That data capture was really tough. So I thought, is this just me? Or do others deal with the same inefficient systems? And I went and asked 45 colleagues around the country, kindly answered a survey, and I found a really common theme. They wanted more time to run more education. And some common themes emerged generally, that admin tasks and the technology to support them really don't exist and aren't there to be able to help. So I went away and I decided to solve this problem. And this has now grown into Medtribe. Medtribe is a 100% free platform that is built to handle all the steps around running education events, from sim sessions to grand rounds. And our vision within Medtribe is to create a space where educators can run education with ease and also connect with each other as a community. So I thought it'd be useful to share a few extra bits and pieces of what can go on within Medtribe. I know many people that are attending today have booked on with Medtribe. And you can go through, create a fully customized event and its listing. You can edit the branding, the descriptions, the tickets. And these tickets represent the registration flows for people and helps you control these flows about people coming to you. So free or paid tickets, those paid tickets kind of acting as like an Amazon style checkout, quick and easy payments, no needing to call the cashier's desk or anything like that. You can also have people apply to you with a fully customized form. And then you can approve or reject their place as well, helping you control the entrance into your course. And then you can also just have straightforward bookings where you've got a booking form to be able to capture the information that you need. Quite often it's used for things like, what dietary requirements people have, but increasingly people are using it to be able to capture what's the knowledge about what we're about to be taught about, having that pre-course element as well. And within the actual event management, you've got a space to manage all your interactions with the attendees of your event. You can see applications, wait lists, bookings. You can message individuals one-on-one, check, have they done their survey? Did they get their certificate through? And importantly, you can export all this data as you need it. You're also able to do a fully fledged attendance register. So no more paper forms, scan a QR code, the system knows, it then takes them through. And there's more than that as well. So this is an example of one of the many automations then underneath the surface as well. So what you can do is you can build your perfect survey and you can decide when it gets sent out. You can even filter that survey against your attendance register as well. So only those that have booked and attended then get their survey at the time you've chosen. And then you can link it to your template certificate. So you can take your pretty certificate from Canva or PowerPoint or something, put it within the system. And the system, when they attend, get their survey, they'll be sent a certificate with their name, the course name, and also the course date on it as well, all automatically. You've put in just the basic template, the system's taking care of everything else, and you can relax after that. So this represents a possible flow of how you can set up the system, and the system's been designed to be as flexible as possible as well, so organisers can take as much control of these steps as possible. So say, for example, you've created your event, you've set up your automations, no further work is actually then needed. The bookings are being done, your customized emails are being sent out at the right time that you wanted them to. The attendees are marking themselves in. The survey will get in their inbox, say, as soon as they leave the room. And then when they complete the survey, their certificate is automatically then available to them. The minutes of setup time, hours and days of effort saved. And we're always looking to try and improve the attendee experience as well. We focus a lot on what the educator side of it is, but everyone's got their own space for all of their bookings that they're making through Medtribe, and then their ability to manage those bookings. So you can message one-on-one, see and respond to them, or filter through emails. Don't lose your link or your location again. It's always in that booking. And then you can also start to see resources shared by the organizer. So the organizer can upload, the post-course material, a whole video, and it's there available for the attendees to be able to access. And it is completely free. No catch, no contract commitments or anything like that. There's no codes or limits, so you're not going to send 10 certificates and then suddenly see a paywall appear. Anyone with Medtribe that's, for example, today used to book an event, you have an account that you can go and start running stuff with. The inevitable question that I'll preempt is, well, how do you earn money? How do you keep it sustainable? Servers aren't free. What we've done is we've built up a system called Medtribe Scout that we're now starting to roll out more and more. And it's a tech-enabled system to help match perfect candidates with perfect job roles, because we all know that education gets very little funding, but perhaps workforce gets a little bit more. And that's how we're able to see the education side of it being made sustainable and free. So it's accessible to everyone. And that's a completely optional service that can make the sort of heart of Medtribe, which has started out in the education and where we see it going long term, sustainable. And the other question that tends to come up is GDPR. We're 100% GDPR compliant. I've gotten quite good at DPIA forms because every trust has a different one. So I'm always happy to help. And all of our data is stored securely in UK and EU servers. We're all compliant across those boundaries. And now we've got more than 30 teams across the country using Medtribe, all the way from Edinburgh to Portsmouth. And we're always making Medtribe better with you. When you think of something is missing or something could be done better, we want to know. We want to be able to change and iterate based on your feedback. What we've built so far started off with some of my ideas and very much has been influenced by everyone that's used Medtribe since. And through that, we've got two things that are now coming along the line. One of them is the Medtribe Scout system, so to be able to perfect team with a perfect person, but also tribes, a community management system to allow these transient style events, turn up to a learning event and then everyone goes away, becoming a more permanent community that's got an online space where you can share resources and connect with each other over longer periods of time. So if you're interested in helping out with that stuff, please also get in touch because we'd love to be able to start getting more people involved with that. And finally, what are the next steps? So I'm available at any time to be able to do a live demo, talk through a team meeting or anything like that. And the other option is to go onto Medtribe and start playing with it, create test events, have a look, see what breaks, see what hopefully doesn't break, and then get going running your pilot events and potentially other events within your organization and start saving time and collecting data nice and easily for everything. If there's time, happy to answer any questions.
So this is the first time I've realised that it's free. I didn't know it was free. In your obviously biased opinion, why should we use this rather than say use Microsoft Bookings that we have as part of our Office 365 infrastructure anyway?
If you've got the ability to use something like that and it takes care of all your needs, that's absolutely there for you and you can use that. This is what we're hoping to be something that's growing bigger and bigger, and that's what we're seeing, and allowing, most importantly, that cross-boundary stuff. Microsoft exists normally within the silo that you would work within, that organizational silo. We're all one NHS, but we're 20,000 different NHSs at once as well. And the aim for this is to be able to allow that sharing across boundaries, especially when it comes to the sort of community style stuff that we're building. And not everyone is as technical to be able to take care of everything that Microsoft setup requires. And it doesn't take care of all the steps. And if there's something that's missing within Medtribe, that's what we want to do. So that's where I think I would be. No worries.
Do both parties have to be registered to Medtribe to use it? So like the organizer as well as the learner?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. The first time you book something, it's exactly the same process that you'd have had whilst booking for today. So that's the only steps that you'd need. Most people in this room have done it. It takes 15 to 20 seconds if you've got your email there. It's a couple of clicks, a couple of entry points.
So you wouldn't be able to send a certificate to someone who's not registered?
No, for the automation features to be able to work. So we've explored guest checkout, but it's kind of, how do we know where to send the email? How do we know which name to put on the certificate? The system has to have that basic profile information to then allow all the automation steps to take place. But the registration's only once, and then it's a simple log back in and good to go.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm sure there's plenty more questions, as there always is. But I'll answer those questions to be held to the end.
Yeah, come and find me. I'm here for the rest of the day, so come and say hello.
Yeah.